Public Services Wealth Summit, the October 2021 edition. It's so great to have you. Thank you for joining us. So, Wealth Summit is an initiative, of course, of the Ministry of Finance. We started in August of 2021 discussing financial inclusion and financial literacy. So just to remind you, or just to make you be aware, financial inclusion is the government's deliberate effort through its agencies for businesses and institutions and individuals to be aware of financial services and products that meet your need. So we want as many citizens and as many businesses to be aware of financial products that can help them grow their businesses or that can help individuals to achieve financial independence. Then we discussed financial literacy, which is the awareness of these financial services and products and the adoption of habits and practices that will help individuals to achieve financial independence. So practices such as budgeting, saving, investing, managing your credit, and of course, knowing what to do when those things are not at the optimum. All right, so this month we are focusing on digital financial inclusion. The MOF is hosting this summit under the theme Investing in Jamaicans. We are streaming live from the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel, streaming on the Ministry of Finance's Facebook page and YouTube channel. You can also check out the stream on the Jamaica Information Services Facebook page and YouTube channel. We have a great lineup of speakers for you today. It's nice, it's nice. So we're going to discuss transitioning to digital. We're going to discuss getting paid online, digitization financing for MSMEs, and understanding digital currency. That's the central bank's digital currency. Quite an exciting topic. I'm sure you will enjoy that. I'm your host, Anna Smith, co-host of Bank of Jamaica's Centrally Speaking. It's great to have you. We're going to have a good time. Now, there's one thing going on. I'm going to like daddy audience. We're going to interact with each other, right? You're going to send me your questions, and my special guests, they will answer. All right, so if you want to be tweeting and Instagramming and Facebooking, these are your hashtags. It's MOF Wealth Summit 2021, MOF Wealth Summit, and hashtag Investing in Jamaicans. Remember, so tweet, Facebook, and Instagram. All right? May we start this morning's proceedings by welcoming the Director of Corporate Communications and Public Relations at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Ms. Shelley Weeks, following which she'll introduce the State Minister of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Marsha Smith, MP. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shelley Weeks.
Thank you so much, Anna, and welcome to everybody. Honorable Marsha Smith, MP, State Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. Our brilliant panelists, very excited to hear what you have to offer us today. Our esteemed host, Miss Anna Smith, and everyone joining us on Facebook, YouTube, and to all the amazing civil servants joining us live from Zoom, good morning. A special good morning to the team over there at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. Now, why is digital financial inclusion important? Well, it's simple. It's a whole new world. In less than 2 years, the way we do business has completely changed. I mean, I can remember the good old days when we joined lines, we paid for everything in cash, and when we would stand in hours in big crowds, singing at the top of our lungs to music being played on a stage. Wow, that seems like such a long time ago because, let's face it, today, crowds are discouraged. And if you're in a line, you have to be 6 foot apart from the person in front of you. And, well, live music shows have gone virtual. As a matter of fact, everything has gone virtual. Parties, funerals, schools, meetings, this very summit right here. And doing business has also gone virtual. Unfortunately, so many Jamaicans were not prepared for the move online because, well, there are a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's access, sometimes it's just a lack of understanding, and many other reasons. And for those of us who already were in the digital space, our transactions were limited to, buying things from your favorite stores, maybe playing a few games here or there, and definitely social media. But a lot of our businesses were not prepared for the transition to digital. Some of them had to close down, unfortunately. Today, in this COVID world, if you intend to get anything done, you must be able to function in a digital space. That's just a fact. So for those who ask, why is digital financial inclusion important? Well, it's the new norm. COVID has forced all of us to go online. And the truth is, we have realized some benefits. I mean, well, it can be more convenient because opening hours are more flexible now. The lines I mentioned before, you can avoid them by going online. Work from home is a thing. Yes, some of us are working from beaches, remote locations. We don't have to actually go into the office anymore. And some companies have benefited from this because their overheads have decreased because now they don't have to house so many individuals working in one space. And the global marketplace has definitely opened up. We're talking about international employers, getting access to employees in different countries, customers internationally. Definitely the world has lost its borders online. Communication definitely is faster and wider. And access to more goods and services is definitely better and easier. Digital world has also stimulated innovation. Lots of new businesses have grown and were created because of this new digital world. So, if your company is trying to survive in this digital world, you have to be doing business online. It only makes sense. So this edition of Wealth Summit, we wanted to design tools that will boost your ability to function in this digital world. And let's face it, if you're an entrepreneur, you're going to need to learn how to transition to digital. In this Wealth Summit, you'll get a lot of information where that is concerned. You'll also learn how to access funding to digitize your business. You can also learn about easier ways to get paid online. And you need to pay attention to how to protect your devices and your transaction against cybercrimes. And I'm especially excited to hear more about this central bank digital currency that Anna mentioned before, because guess what? $230 million in CBDC will be issued to deposit-taking institutions and authorized payment agencies. And there's a pilot program going on from the BOJ that is going to end in December. And I'm very interested to know how that's going to work and how we all can benefit from it. Wealth Summit was created to empower Jamaicans to financial literacy. And I'm very excited about all the knowledge that will be shared here today. So yes, this is not just a nice thing for you to watch, you can learn. So note all the tips, listen to the advice, take advantage of the experience and the information that will be shared with you here today. The fact is, COVID has presented quite a challenge to all of us in various aspects of our lives, but in some cases it has also presented us with some opportunities. So let's take it and use it to learn and innovate. Come on, we're Jamaicans, we're resilient, we are creative, or we set ton we and make fashion. So this is an opportunity to do just that. So we can continue to create and innovate and definitely make the digital space our own. Of course, I could not leave here without thanking some people. So I want to say first, thank you to the presenters for being here today. Thank you so much. This could not happen without you, without your expertise, without your experience, and thank you so much for sharing your time with us here today. I definitely look forward to learning from you. Our beautiful, wonderful, brilliant host, Miss Anna Smith, thank you again for joining us and for taking the time to guide the proceedings here. And of course, I have to thank the team over there at the Ministry of Finance. And I want to give a special shout out to my team in the Communications and Public Relations branch, because let me tell you, this system looks like it's running smoothly, but there's a lot of liquor feet kicking under the water to keep it going. So thank you, team. Welcome to Wealth Summit again, and ensure that you do not leave here without learning something and without using some of what you learned. Digital financial inclusion is important, and if we are going to move ahead in this world, we need to make sure we understand it. Thank you so much. Now it is my pleasure to introduce this young lady who, she comes from the second best parish in the country. Yes, I said it. She's from St. Anne. And for those who are not sure, the best parish is St. Mary. Big up Capleton, my parishino. And so I would like to give a warm welcome, to give a few remarks, virtually of course, the Honorable Minister, Ms. Marcia Smith, MP, State Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
All right. Okay. Oh. Good morning. Good morning, all. It is my pleasure to be a part of today's Wealth Summit. These summits are very important to the general thrust of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to improve the financial literacy of all Jamaicans. I welcome all presenters and participants to this second quarterly Wealth Summit. These summits were created to help Jamaicans find financial stability and a road to recovery due to the challenges experienced from the COVID-19 pandemic. These events will share important, relevant information that will help them to make best use of the money they have and to take advantage of available opportunities to make more money. The theme for this edition is digital financial inclusion, and it is very timely. I'm going to share with you how the World Bank describes digital financial inclusion. It is the deployment of cost-saving digital means to reach currently financially excluded and underserved populations with a range of formal financial services suited to their needs that are responsibly delivered at a cost affordable to customers and sustainable to providers. The change brought about by COVID-19 has forced Jamaicans to go digital to keep the economy going. Jamaicans now have to access many services online instead of in person. While many of us have transitioned successfully to doing business online, a lot of us are still struggling with the digital world. Today's summit will assist us in clearing up the confusion that exists with how Jamaicans can participate in this digital economy. There is no need to stay away from the digital economy. What we simply need are the tools and the information as to how to adapt this economy to suit our own purposes. After all, it is the government of Jamaica's thrust to ensure that much of its own services become digital. And so, as one of the largest providers of services in the country, you will eventually need to become a digital participant in the economy in order to access government services. Today's proceedings, as I said before, are quite timely, and I know that we will all benefit from all the presentations that will be made. Thank you.
Thank you so much, State Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Marsha Smith MP. Thank you so much for your remarks. You know, if you are just joining us, we are in the Ministry of Finance's Wealth Summit being held under the theme Investing in Jamaicans. October 2021, we are discussing digital financial inclusion. If you just missed the State Minister's remarks, she stressed the importance of joining the digital economy. The government is the largest provider of services, and as it transitions to digital, we have to follow suit. And of course, that is why the ministry is spearheading the initiative to ensure that Jamaicans are financially literate and digitally literate. Welcome to Wealth Summit. And thank you to the presenter before her, Shelley Ann Weeks, Director of Corporate Communications and Public Relations at the Ministry. Now, I did say that today I got nice, right? It got nice. Whole heap of interesting topics, presenters that you may or may not know. But we're going to start off with one who is quite familiar to the public space. But this is what I want you to do for me. You have to listen very carefully to what our first presenter will say. You have to pay attention, make notes, call your friend, send them the link, tell them to go to JISA's Facebook page or YouTube channel to watch the stream. Tell them to watch the stream on the Ministry of Finance's Facebook page or YouTube channel. There's a lot of great information, useful information that will no doubt increase your digital financial literacy. All right, and remember, when you're sharing, hashtag Wealth Summit 2021, hashtag MOFPS Wealth Summit, hashtag investing in Jamaicans. So our first presenter is Dennis Chung. All right, no stranger to the public space, but we are listening to Dennis Chung this morning in the capacity of him being CEO of Supreme Ventures Limited. He's a chartered accountant by profession. He completed his BSc and his MSc degrees in accounting in 1987 and 89 respectively at the University of the West Indies. He is an alumnus of the Jamaica College and a member of the Jamaica College Board and Foundation from 2005 to 2012. He has served most notably as CEO of the private sector organization of Jamaica during the period 2012 to January 2018. Dennis Chung, as I said, is the CEO of Supreme Ventures, and he holds a number of important positions, including a director at Petrojam, at the Jamaica Football Federation, Wigton Wind Farm Limited. He's a Justice of the Peace for the parish of St. Andrew. He's also chairman of the National Solid Waste Management Authority and chairman of GK Capital Management Limited. He's also a past student and a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica. Dennis Chung is an accomplished author, the author of 2 books, Charting Jamaica's Economic and Social Development, a much needed paradigm shift, and the second book, Achieving Life's Equilibrium, Balancing Health, Wealth, and Happiness for Optimal Living. He also co-hosts with Kalila Reynolds on the TV program On Point, which discusses current business and national issues. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us for Wealth Summit, you are going to learn a lot of new information so you can increase your cash pot to put in your top drawer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Mr. Dennis Chung.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Anna, for that introduction. There are few things there that are dated, and I'm actually CEO of Supreme Ventures Services Limited, not the group. Let me say good morning to the Honorable Minister, to Shelley Ann, your Director of Communications, fellow presenters, ladies and gentlemen online. I am delighted to be here today to speak to you about And I have in the title there, Transition to Digital, Digital Transformation. I'll explain why. So if we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so I'm going to speak to you today about digital transformation because I'll show you what the difference is between digital transformation and digital transition. Look at some of what the COVID impact has been and how can a company or a person, because everything that applies to a company I think really applies to a person also, make the transition and what sort of benefits are we going to look for. What is the experience of Supreme Ventures with the pandemic and the future plans that will show you how we're actually making that transformation during the pandemic. So the first thing to do here is really make the distinction between transition and transformation. Digital transition really is, if you think about upgrading software, putting new versions of software in, putting another piece of software in, but transformation, which is what we really want, it really occurs when the business model itself is transformed completely. And if you think about what has happened during the pandemic period, we really have gone through a transformation. Everything has changed. We no longer interact the same way. We no longer shop the same way. We no longer work the same way. We no longer do the business the same way. So we've really gone through a transformation which requires, as stated here, deploying dramatic new technology. So we're talking now about artificial intelligence, turning the workflows on their heads. So, things have changed substantially, even in our group of companies. And basically what we've done is blown up the old business models. And this is key to understand, because if you don't do that, then it's going to be very difficult to survive. So during COVID, for example, it hit us in March 2020. It forced the closure of physical offices and schools. Therefore, what it did is it removed face-to-face interaction. So if you're not interacting with someone face-to-face, we're really, as social animals, everything is changing for us. So what did it do? It caused us to go digital, and by force, a lot of people were not prepared for it. So schools had to adapt quickly, businesses had to adapt quickly, and those who were not prepared, when you look at the landscape, when you look at the businesses that have done well, they actually suffered the most, even people who were not prepared. If you think about even before the pandemic, persons who were not prepared from a technological point of view suffered. So imagine when COVID came and the whole business model changed. So it illustrates the importance of constantly innovating. And this, I think, was important for us at Supreme Ventures. And the truth is that, as the quote says here, machines are for answers and humans are questions. That fundamentally tells you what has happened with the landscape and the business model, because now we're relying more and more on machines, on artificial intelligence, and what we have to do as a country, as companies, is move human beings from process orientation to higher value, right? And that, I think, is going to be the lasting thing coming out of the pandemic, that no more are human beings now only going to be focusing on process. Technology is dealing with that. So how do we make the digital transformation? What are the benefits? The benefits, just to say them up front before going into how it happens, are efficiency gains. Processing time and accuracy improves. So what used to take you 5 days to do is going to take you 10 minutes to do now, if you do it the right way. It allows, as I said, for human resources to focus on higher value tasks. So what that does is improve productivity. And you can see how this is interwoven into our society, because one of the challenges that we have been having since the 1970s is decreasing labor productivity. And with something I always mention, with so many children being out of school, if we don't address that, and that productivity, that new way of thinking which requires education, then we're not going to be able to successfully transition to moving humans to higher value tasks, which is really what is going to be required for improved productivity going forward. So we have reduced unproductive hours if you think about work from home. Some people don't like the work from home situation because if they can't see someone, then they think they don't have control of it. But if you think about it, someone who actually works from home, if you can find a proper HR solution to control the output, and what we're looking at now is different ways of controlling the output and measuring the output from people, then they don't have to spend all that time getting ready in the mornings. They don't have to spend all the time in traffic. You know, we have a significant traffic problem. And therefore, you're basically saving about maybe 2 or 3 hours a day in productive time. And what we've found is that people who are actually working from home are actually working more and being more productive if you manage it correctly. And that's a big if. Cost savings at Supreme Ventures, for example, we were able, and we were fortunate in that prior to the pandemic, we were already trying to innovate and think about how we can move to a work from home model. So before work from home became something, we were actually moving towards that. So by the time it came about, all we had to do is accelerate the plans that we had. So I'll give you an idea of one of the cost savings we had. We actually moved our office, our office footprint, which was across 2 or 3 offices, from 20,000 square feet to 11,000 square feet, housing more people by instituting work from home. And if you think about people working in an office, it's not just the space that you have to provide for them, but you have to provide parking, right? There's a lot of administrative costs that you have to provide also. So this here, as you see, is the process to digital transformation. So we understand what the benefits are, but how do you actually get there? That's important to understand. You can't start, as you see here, at number 4. You can't start at number 5. You can't just transition automatically. I was at a conference recently in Orlando about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and even companies as large as Pepsi and Johnson & Johnson, who started on what was a shared services model, which is what we have in SVL, they took about 4 or 5 years to get it right. You have to take your time. First thing you do is understand that you have to digitize information. So apart from the work from home, one of the most successful things that we have had at Supreme Ventures Group is that we have actually managed to convert 99% of our documents to digital signing. So we don't sign anything physically anymore. All our online payments are made online. We encourage anyone who does business with us that they have to have a bank account, and we pay everything online. We actually use Adobe Sign and sign all our documents online. So all our approvals and everything are done online. And that was one of the first things we did, the digitization of information. So our end-of-year audit can actually be done remotely now, and actually was done remotely for the first COVID year, which was 2020. And then what you have to do, you find that once you digitize, you have to organize all that information, right? Because if you just digitize and you don't organize it properly, then how does someone source and find the information? And then we look at the whole matter of automating the processes, right? So how can we optimize, not just get new software in place, but how can we optimize? And I know Chris Record is speaking today also, and Chris actually worked very closely with us from T-Tech on this. How can we automate our processes, right? Personal productivity tools, you know, I'll mention some of them soon, but getting our processes automated was critical, because what you're doing now, if you realize in 1, 2, and 3 of the process, is that you're actually laying the foundation. You can't start growing a tree from the leaf. You have to start from the roof. And then we are at the process now where we're streamlining the processes and moving people now from process-oriented to higher value thinking. That is where we are now. And it has taken us about a little over a year to get here, right? So it takes some time. And then the next step for us is to transform the institution in terms of digital transformation, right? So that we're, in finance, for example, we'll be cutting out maybe 80 to 85% of our manual processes. And transforming the institution is not just transforming the processes, but transforming the mindset of the people, which is almost the most difficult thing for us to do. So for SVL and the pandemic and beyond, and I've joined 3 phases there, right? This basically is what we're looking at. So I looked at it and I said, how do we actually move to that transformation, which is when you fill out all of those four circles or ovals? The first thing is that you have to set the foundation by getting your personal productivity tools in place, your ERPs, your reporting tools, and for us we use Sage, we use Office 365 and Power BI. So those are the things that we're working on the base, right, to get that foundation for that digital transformation happening. And then the second thing that we have to do is that we have to look at sorry about that. I'm not seeing so well. So the second thing that we have to look at is how we deal with processes, right? So processes for us is the whole thing of the digital signing of documents, the accounts payable, the accounts receivable, that sort of thing. How do we automate that process and make it much more efficient so that, as I said, we're moving people away from the mundane, manual, process-driven tasks and move them to higher levels of thinking, right? And then when we get all of that in place, it's really about setting up a communication platform, right, to get all that information out so that we're no longer going to have people calling us, which is what we're moving towards, for reports. Reports are going to be auto-generated. We no longer have to have people monitoring rules for collections. All of that will be automated, right? How do we communicate between persons? So we now no longer have different versions of documents, right? We have one version that everyone collaborates and work on. And then from the retail point of view, don't forget this now, you have to do that so that your customer benefits from it. So we already have mobile applications in place, and we're probably the largest mobile company in terms of transactions in the region. We're doing very well there. We have gaming platforms in place, and what we've done is set it up so that our back office operations is communicating very effectively with our front office and our retail. So it's a whole transformation that needs to happen, right? So what we do is move from the base to the customer, right? And that's how we have to start thinking if we're going to be transforming ourselves digitally and creating value for our customers and also ultimately for the country from a productivity point of view. So what are some of the key considerations as I move to close? C-level support, and this is what we've been blessed with. The support of the board, the support of our executive chair has been critical. It's really driven from the top to say, this is where we want to be. As I said, digital transformation must be phased over a period of time. Start first with building the critical foundation applications and redefined processes. Doing otherwise, you'll have suboptimal transformation, because if you have processes that are inefficient now and you just automate those inefficient processes, you're still going to have an inefficient system. So you have to do the proper requirements. A cultural shift is critical if you're going to move forward, because people still move things in the office. Even though you're automating, you still have to use people to get things done. And today, it is much easier to integrate different solutions. I mean, 20 years ago, when everyone was running proprietary solutions, it would be very difficult and be stuck on one suite of applications. Today, it's much, much easier to get the most efficient solution for the various processes and then integrate them at the higher level. So what are the next steps? I think that if you look post-pandemic, people are social animals. Never forget that. And you know, even though the young persons are coming up now, they are not going to impact from an economic point of view till maybe another 15 or 20 years from now. So we can still expect that most products and services, people will want to consume them in an interaction setting. So entertainment, shopping, for example. We're doing more shopping online, but I know a lot of people cannot wait to just go back out and start shopping in the stores. And that is going to change over time, but it's really going to take some time for that to happen. What will change first, though, is how we deliver, right? So the back-end processes in terms of the online shopping, setting up all of that platform, so people might come and shop for the experience, but they'll make a lot of decisions from home, for example, right? So how we deliver it to people is going to be important. How we process to get that product and service to people is going to change significantly. That's where the change is going to happen. Employees will also want more flexi time. As we've seen in the US, the problem that the US has now is that they can't get people to work because people are demanding change, right? People are saying, I want the time that I had, the flexi time during the pandemic, and workplaces are going to have to change that. And therefore, companies have to make the transformation in order to be competitive, because if they do not do that, it will result in a loss of competitiveness and ultimate failure. And we've seen many companies go off the scene already, and some of them will return. We'll have new companies that come. So it's an exciting time, I think, and what we all have to do is get prepared for it, or else we're going to be history. We're going to be on the history books, and we're not going to make it through the post-pandemic period. Thank you.
If you are just joining us, you just missed the presentation from Dennis Chung, CEO of Supreme Ventures Services Limited. Had a lot to say, a lot of great information. His presentation was about transitioning to digital. Now, I remember I told you that we need to be interactive, right? I'm going to talk to you, and you're going to talk to me. All right, so if you are on Zoom or any of our streaming platforms, we are going to ask you a question, and we would like you to respond, all right? And while you respond, we're just going to move over to speak further with Dennis Chung. So the question that we would like you to answer for us in our Mentimeter is, would your decision to support a business be influenced by their digital presence or lack thereof? So let me repeat that. Would your decision to support a business be influenced by their digital presence or their lack thereof? Answer that question for me while we get to speak with Dennis Chung a little bit more. Hi, Mr. Chung, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome again to Wealth Summit. All right, so you are one of those presenters who is qualified, eminently qualified to speak about transitioning to digital because of the steps Supreme Ventures Services has taken in the recent times. You launched the Supreme Ventures Business Hub in a partnership with RevUp Jamaica that is promoting your services to small and medium enterprises. All right, in your presentation, you told us about the challenges and the steps, the methodical steps that Supreme Venture Services took to transition to a digital office. But tell our viewers a little bit more about the Supreme Venture Services Business Hub.
Well, what it is thank you. It's really us leveraging all the back office that we have.
Right, you spoke of that.
You know, I mean, as a group, you know, we have to be supporting about 8 different companies across the group, including in Ghana. So even the Ghana back office is run here in Jamaica.
Interesting.
So we had to get digital, right? The persons that we work with outside the group, we also support them digitally, right? And we've got a lot of good feedback. So we said, you know, we have the best accountants, right? Because we have to. We're listed on the stock exchange. We're regulated by the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries Commission. Also the Financial Services Commission now, because we have a financial institution in the company, in the group. We have the best compliance people, right? Because we have to be compliant. We're not compliant. You know, taxation, TAJ, BGLC. We have the best marketers because, you know, the brand, we have to, you know, the Cashback brand, right?
Of course.
So we have to have the best marketers. We have the best HR because we're supporting like 500 people across the group. And then external people also, right? We have the best lawyers, right? So we have all of this resource, and we say, you know what? Why don't we leverage it and create some value added for the company?
Yes.
And create some value added for small and medium enterprises. Those companies that, not micro, but they need it. They need the best service out there, because what I've found in my years is that many companies fail not because they don't have good products and services, but because they don't take care of their back office. So 7 years down the line, they're doing very well, and then my friend Ainsley Powell from tax comes in and say, hey, but you weren't paying taxes for the past 5 years. You know? That's what you mean. And we have to ensure all of that compliance in our group. And we just say, why not go out, make it affordable to companies. And we're now looking at supporting companies going onto the stock exchange, right?
So if you were to explain how it works, is it that you're like a BPO for medium businesses?
Yeah.
So they outsource all their back office operations to Supreme Venture Services.
Yeah.
So is it that you sign up online? Do you pay monthly, annually? Is it a contractual process? How does it work for the MSMEs listening and wanting
monthly.
to take?
So I mean, we have contact information on our website. Right. So you contact the persons there. They get in touch with you immediately. We actually have a meeting with someone we're trying to sign up now who contacted us.
Right.
And we're saying we are not selling accounting services or HR. We are giving you a back office solution.
Right.
So, you know, if you think about it, a company that comes to us, they don't have to worry about getting all of those things in the back office, which is a cost. They don't have to worry about providing the support for the back office, which is your parking, your IT infrastructure and all of that.
Right.
You know, just come to us and say, hey guys, this is what I want. I want these reports every month. I want this meeting every month.
Yes.
And that's it.
Okay, so in other words, a company that is just started or is already started can grow a little faster because they outsource all that administrative function to Supreme Venture Services Business Hub, and then they can focus on their core products, just selling their products. All right, that's pretty interesting. That's good to know. All right, so I want to anchor again to your presentation. So Supreme Ventures, ladies and gentlemen, we know that they quite recently, launched the Supreme Ventures gaming app, available on the Play Store, and I'm not sure yet on the App Store, but you can play games online. And it was met with a little resistance. Some persons were asking for it, but the transition to digital gaming, which is a total different ball game from going into a shop and buying your lotto ticket, buying a cashback ticket. It has been legitimized because recently you had a winner. A winner of $290 million from the app. All right, so can you tell me, behind the scenes, if you can, what has been the response to the digital presence of Supreme Ventures?
It has been overwhelming.
Right.
It has been very good, especially with the lockdown days and the curfew hours.
So no miss.
Yeah, people just have been playing it.
Okay.
So it has been very good. I mean, before I came here, I was in a meeting which we were speaking about it.
Yes.
And the response has been overwhelming.
All right.
And if you think about it, I mean,
are you surprised?
It's much more. No,
you're not surprised.
No, I'm not, because Jamaica has taken on to social media.
Yes.
The younger persons are coming up. They want convenience. And you think about it.
Exactly.
People just want convenience.
Yes.
I mean, for me, I can't tell the last time I've been into a place like PriceSmart or a bank. Oh, bank is about 10, 15 years. I've been into a bank.
Yeah.
And it's just convenient. It frees up your time to do a whole lot of other things. So if people can transfer their money digitally.
Yes.
And once they do that, they just play. And they don't have to wait on a shop to be open. Or when a shop is closed, they don't have to go through traffic and all that. They just stay home and,
And play.
And play.
Okay, great. I was listening to your presentation, and you made a very interesting, or a very forceful point, is that part of the transition to digital is a cultural shift.
Yeah.
All right, can you just tell us a little bit more about that cultural shift? How do we do it? How does an MSME especially, how do they do it? And what is involved?
I find that the best way to do it in a company is to get rid of the processes that happen manually and force people first to go
digital.
With the digital.
So that means not converting the manual to digital, but just introducing an all-new digital.
Just have a cutover at some point in time.
Yes.
And you're all digital, and people have to do that to get the job done, because many people resist change.
Yes.
Right, but if you do that, people will just be forced to it. And after a while, it's like developing a habit, where there's exercise or something. After a while, you just start doing it.
Okay. And my last question for you is a question for the viewers. Why is digital financial inclusion important, in your view?
From a country point of view,
yes,
I think it's critical if we are to get a hold on what's happening in the country, provide proper services to people, have information in terms of what really is happening in the country. It's very important. I mean, think about the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, there are a lot of people in the informal sector.
Yes.
And they just couldn't benefit. You know what I mean?
Even from the government.
Even from the government, right?
Care
from a company point of view, it's important because that's really the way that you streamline everything.
Yeah.
And similarly from a personal point of view, to be a part of a financial system digitally.
Yes.
Is so critical. It's much easier to move money around. It's much easier to manage your money. I don't get physical statements anymore from my investments.
Yes.
Everything is digital, and it's there at the drop of a hat.
Yes.
You can access it. So I think it's critical. I mean, if you're not there, then you're really behind the times.
He said it himself, viewers. Dennis Strong, CEO of Supreme Venture Services Limited. Remember, I asked a question before we sat down with Mr. Chung. I asked, would your decision to support a business be influenced by their digital presence or lack thereof? So my social media manager, do we have a response? So while I wait on that response, we're just going to ask Mr. Chung to leave us with his parting words. For Jamaica, for those listening, this is Wealth Summit. It's an initiative by the Ministry of Finance to improve the financial literacy of Jamaicans. What would you say in parting?
Yeah, well, what I would say is that from a country point of view, we have to ensure that we get people literate
Yes.
with technology, with education, with the digital. It's important, and put the proper infrastructure in place. And for companies and individuals, just do it. That's
do
what
it.
Nike says, right? Just do it.
Nike say it and we say it too. Just do it. All right. So let me see. All right. That kind of. Can you read that for me, Kimberly? Kind of too far. So this is the response to what would your decision to do business. Would your decision to do business with a company be influenced by their digital presence or lack thereof? All right. So could you just give me what that result is, please?
Check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So let me help you, Miss Anna. I put my glasses on.
Thank you.
You know, when you wear the nice, pretty makeup, sometimes the glasses spoil it. So that's okay.
Yes.
All right. So we're looking at the responses. The persons who answered to the Mentimeter link on the Zoom. That link on the Zoom, so if you haven't gotten an opportunity to answer, please go ahead and click the link and just enter your answer. So I'm just going to read a few of them. The question, as Anna said, would your decision to do business with a company be influenced by their digital presence or lack thereof? I see absolutely. I see yes. I see of course. If you're not online, it don't make sense. I see yes, digital presence is critical. I see one person says accessibility and presence are important to for-profit organizations. So yes. Another person put yes in capital. Yes, indeed. I hate the thought of having to spend hours in a line at a place of business. Plus the hassle of getting there is also a factor. I gravitate to those businesses that have digital presence. And another person says, absolutely, it already does. Online profiles constitute the face of the company and tells a story about their commitment to certain ideals. So the consensus is in, it's clear.
It's clear. So ladies and gentlemen, viewers, probably missed Dennis Jones' presentation. If you did not, what you should have taken away was that you have to transition to digital. To transition to digital requires a cultural shift. And how do you do it? You just do it. You just convert your processes to digital. Abandon the manual, just go straight ahead into digital. Dennis Jones, CEO. Supreme Venture Services Limited, thanks so much for joining us on Wealth Summit. All right. So thank you so much for your participation. Viewers, some interesting views there. You remember that you can also send in your questions. My social media manager, she will feed those questions to me, and then we will answer. Now, you know, so we have like a prize and so on, don't it? Right? We're not just going to be here and not give back anything. All right? I'm going to ask a question, and while you think of the answer, please just bear with us, you know, as we make a special presentation to Mr. Chung, thanking him for his presentation. So the question I want to know is, what does the Supreme Ventures Business Hub do? What kind of service does it provide? If you answer that question correctly, you win a gift. Nice gift, you know, from the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. May I just go to front of camera now for the presentation to Dennis Chung as Shelley Weeks makes that presentation. I did too. Yes, right? Absolutely. And I hope this token will be a nice memorabilia for you having participated in Wealth Summit. I would love for you to open it. I'm very proud of it. So thank you very much. Yes, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Shelley Weeks, Director of Corporate Communications and Public Relations at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. You're inside Wealth Summit. It is time for another great presentation. Getting paid online. Ooh, no, this is a sore point for many small businesses, you know. You know, them have a whole heap of things to say about getting paid online, how difficult it is, or how inconvenient or how expensive it is. But Leighton Campbell, CEO of Mobile Edge, is with us today. He's gonna let us know some of the ins and outs of getting paid online. All right, do we have a winner for that question? The question I asked, what does Supreme Venture Services Business Hub do? What kind of services does it offer? Do we have a winner? Kimberly? All right. Oh, all right, so not yet. But let me then introduce Leighton Campbell in the meantime. All right, so Leighton Campbell, he's an e-commerce innovator, a consultant and trader, and he's the holder of a BSc in computer science from the University of the West Indies, and possesses 10 years experience in providing e-commerce and digital communication solutions to large and small companies. Over the years, Leighton has been pioneering innovation within the digital transformation space and now helps companies across all major industries with clients in Jamaica, the Caribbean and North America, alongside Europe. In 2018, Leighton Campbell enrolled in the JBDC Accelerator Program with Mobile Edge Solutions, where he was awarded the Most Improved Business and Best Team Player of his cohort. Through hard work and perseverance, Leighton was later awarded the title JBDC Bossman of the Year 2019. Today, Leighton Campbell is considered a thought leader in e-commerce transformation and designs technology solutions for companies big and small. He excels in this field by finding innovative ways to solve mission-critical problems, and he takes very great pride in this work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the Mobile Edge this morning at Wealth Summit, please welcome Leighton Campbell.
All right, thanks a lot for having me, guys. Today, we're going to be talking about getting paid online in Jamaica. Now, you know, e-commerce has been a buzzword for some time now. And since COVID, especially, it has become an even bigger buzzword. A lot of persons have been trying to figure out how is it that they can get their business online, how they can transition into this e-commerce space, how they can make the best out of it. But what we have found is that whilst a lot of persons are excited and interested in charting that path, a lot of persons don't understand what it takes to get there. What exactly is it all about? So we're going to be demystifying a lot of this today and focusing more so on your payment options for businesses. But let's start with what's e-commerce. E-commerce includes the buying and selling of goods or services using the internet and transferring of money and data to execute this transaction. So when you think about e-commerce, don't think about it only as credit card payments, don't think about it only as having a website. It's really the doing of business through the internet. As you'd have heard earlier with Supreme Ventures, you know, they are experiencing significant increases in the uptake of their services using these means. You know, so you have to think about it in your own context. What does e-commerce mean for you? It's not only about credit card payments, websites, and digital presence, but more so doing business through the internet and reaching your customers wherever they are. Now, how does e-commerce work? For e-commerce to work efficiently, you have to understand the ecosystem of e-commerce. E-commerce includes a customer finding you online using some type of device. After they have found you and they have recognized that, hey, you know, this is a service provider of choice, they definitely want to make an order. After an order is made by the customer, then the administrative persons in the back end of the business have to process that order. And after processing that order, of course, you want to fulfill it. So when you think about the basic example of going to a restaurant, making an order, you walk up to the cashier, you submit your order, the cashier punches that information into some type of cash register system. generates a receipt. That is the processing of the order. And then when they give you the food, that's fulfilling the order. So that's making it very basic, breaking it down to simple terms. How does e-commerce work? Now, why is e-commerce important in today's society? It is extremely important given the context of COVID, but even before then, a lot of persons have been still trying to figure out, why should I get into e-commerce? And after COVID, it's going to be even more important. But some of the key reasons for tapping into e-commerce includes that it's actually the cheapest way to start a business. If you think about starting a business anywhere in the world, setting up a brick and mortar business, you're looking at significant investment in infrastructure, people, and many other operational things that come with a physical location. When you think about e-commerce, by having a website front end, automatically you now have a business face, somewhere that persons can find you to express interest in what you have to offer and do business with you. So you find that for small businesses, for young entrepreneurs, for persons who are just starting out in the space, they definitely consider e-commerce as part of their business strategy. E-commerce is no longer something else that you do with your business, but now a core part of that business. Then you have to think about, all right, so I'm opening up a business. I want to penetrate my current market. What's the best way to penetrate that market? Again, the digital presence enables you to be able to reach your customers anywhere, do business with them, and so forth, So when you think about e-commerce, you have to think about also market penetration. Then also think about market expansion. How do you find new markets? How do you enter new markets? How do you find customers that are across the world to buy your products and services? We don't limit these things to having a physical presence, So e-commerce definitely enables you to focus on those three things: cost-effective startup, market penetration, and expansion. Now, let's quickly talk about some e-commerce trends that we have seen in our market. Next slide. Some key trends includes that at least 81.5% of persons who have purchased things have actually searched online for these items before making that purchase. You have seen where at least 90% of persons have visited some type of retail store online to do business. At least 70% of persons use some type of e-commerce website or app to make a purchase. And you'd have seen where a lot of these purchases, up to 75-76%, are being made using a mobile phone or making that purchase on some type of other device, Next slide. However, whilst we consider some of the key enablers of e-commerce in our space, we also have to consider what are some of the key inclusion factors that makes this work, makes it not work, makes it challenging, and just, makes it something kind of difficult to deal with, depending on your makeup. And when we think about what enables e-commerce, what enables e-commerce is really internet penetration, financial inclusion, credit card penetration, and understanding of the space. So when you look at the market and you see that 78% of persons have an account with a financial institution, this is a very strong indicator for e-commerce within our space, because it means that persons are able to actually transact business using their bank accounts. And with majority of our companies these days offering bank transfer as part of their basic setup, you're going to find that this becomes a very clear and easy way to tap into e-commerce, right? However, you're going to find that only 14% of persons have credit cards. So when persons are thinking about e-commerce and saying, well, I must have credit card penetration, must have credit card presence or processing, you're really only tapping into 14% of your available target markets. So you have to consider these things whenever we think about these things, Only 1% of persons have a mobile wallet solution, which means that they have some type of phone device that manages and activates how they spend their monies online, right? And of course, up to 10.5% of persons are paying their bills online. So you would see where the activity is not extremely strong as it relates to your internet, your card penetration, your online purchases. But a lot of persons out there have accounts with financial institutions, which enables them to do bank transfers as part of their payment methodologies. Right? Next slide. Now, how to get paid online? Next slide. Now, when you think about getting paid online, you have to think about what systems you are going to use to get paid. A lot of times persons come to me and they say, boy, Leighton, I want to get a website done, or I've started a project already. I've done it on Shopify. I've done a custom development with some guys out of India. How can I get paid in Jamaica? And that's one of the major challenges that we find that persons have. Choosing the right platform that works for you. And here we have 3 examples. We have what we call a WordPress platform. We have Shopify as an example of templated platforms out there. There are many more like Wix, Equid, and there are tons and tons of the examples of Shopify out there. And then you have persons who are building their code, building their websites from scratch. Now, one of the challenges that we find with choosing systems is that whenever you choose a system like a Shopify to build your website, you're going to find that these platforms mainly cater to US-based payment methods. They don't necessarily cater easily to Jamaican options. So you're going to find that you're going to have some limitations there, right? Now, when it comes to your custom code, custom allows you to do anything that you want. So you can connect with any payment gateway. However, you're going to find that from a cost perspective, it's expensive. From a time perspective, it takes long to do the integrations. However, when it comes to WordPress, WordPress is my favorite platform to do developments on. This is because it enables persons to plug and play solutions in a very easy and cost-efficient way. Just like Android, there's almost an app for everything on WordPress. So you're going to find that it's the cheapest, easiest, fastest way to integrate, and almost any payment processing platform out there integrates easily with that platform, right? Let's go next. Now, collecting monies online is a big deal. You can't do business with somebody unless you're able to collect funds. And this is where I think the biggest headache is in Jamaica. It was a much bigger headache before COVID. COVID has fast-tracked a lot of the enablement of payment processing. Right? But at the end of the day, there are still a lot of things to understand as it relates to collecting your monies online. But we're going to talk about your payment options in a short time. Next. Now, payment methods. Very important to understand, how do you collect? What are you collecting exactly? And having multiple forms of payment methods does make a difference as it relates to how you do business. Similar to when you are operating a physical business, you would typically set up your storefront, you have your cash register so you can collect cash, you go to the bank, you get your swipe machine so you can collect credit card payments. Having multiple payment options serves the same purpose as well, right? Now, when you have multiple payment options, the 3 payment options that we typically seek to enable are cash on delivery for those businesses that support it, bank transfer, and also credit card payments. It is important, guys, to always have bank transfer as part of your payment methodologies, especially if you're supporting customers in Jamaica. Because when we look back at the numbers earlier as it relates to the number of persons with credit cards, number of persons doing transactions online with these cards, you're going to find that numbers are low. However, as it relates to bank transfer, a lot of businesses have been finding great success using bank transfer as a payment methodology. Next. Now, I want to quickly talk about some institutions locally that enable payment processing. A lot of times persons come to us, hey, Leighton, I have a JN account, I have a JMB account, I have an account with a credit union. How can I collect payments online? When you think about collecting payments online, you have to think about, if you want to work with a local banking partner, you want to think about which banks support payment processing as part of their as part of their core business offerings to the market. And we have all 5 options here locally. We have NCB, Scotia, CIBC, Sagicor, and FGB. And this space is changing weekly, daily. So if tomorrow you see one of the other institutions offering that I didn't mention here, don't be alarmed, right? But these are the 5 persons that we are aware of right now that provides this service within the market. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at the requirements to do business with these banks, one of the key things I have to think about is to be able to tap into a local payment solution provider, you have to at least have a registered business and a bank account, right? In most instances, you need to have a business bank account with these institutions to be able to tap into this facility, right? But at least at a minimum, registered business bank account. Other payment solutions that are available include entities like PayPal, Stripe, and we have had new entrants like WePay and Figaro in recent times. Get Paid Suite is one of our own solutions that we have recently launched to the market, literally doing a lot of piloting right now. And I want to talk about Get Paid Suite a little more in our next set of slides. However, before I jump over to that, I want to talk about these available payment solutions. Now, persons oftentimes ask the question, why would I use NCB versus PayPal? Why would I use Stripe versus CIBC? Why would I want to use Figaro? You know? And the reality is that the payments sector is very circumstantial. Persons will choose different payment methodologies based on their own business makeup, their own set of resources, who they are servicing, how they plan to service these persons. How you plan to service these persons, and how exactly is it that you want to do business, right? Now, next slide. Now I want to introduce the Get Paid Suite and what it has to offer. Now the Get Paid Suite is a suite of Jamaican-made e-commerce payment solutions built specifically to serve the diverse needs of businesses who want to sell online and service their customers anywhere, anytime. And why did we develop this solution? Over the last 5 years, we have spent a lot of time building out e-commerce facilities for different businesses. And one of the things that we have realized is that people will choose different payment methods, different payment gateways for different reasons. And all of those reasons are very valid reasons. Sometimes it's budget, as you say. Sometimes it's based on the business makeup. Sometimes it's based on what you can afford, you know. Sometimes it's based on what is easiest to implement at this point in time. However, what you find is that whilst there are a number of payment facilities that are currently available, you're not finding easy ways to integrate, to connect the gaps, to connect the dots, to make all of this work. So in essence, what we have done is to put together a suite of e-commerce and payment solutions that enable any business to be able to get online in a quick and fast manner and have at least the core things that they need to get started in doing business, right? So the Get Paid solution, as we say here, offers a menu of ready-made e-commerce solutions that can be easily adapted to fit the business model, the IT infrastructure, and budget. The suite of solutions include e-commerce payment facilitation, meaning that persons who want to get online and get online very quickly oftentimes don't have the patience that it takes to get set up with a payment with an e-commerce payment service provider, but they want to get going quickly. It includes a payment facilitation service that allows you to actually start collecting payments whilst you figure out some of the kinks in your business. So you find that once you get set up with the Get Paid Suite, you have all your bases covered. It also includes payment systems. So when you think about your online stores, booking systems, learning management systems, quotation systems, sign-up systems, these are things that are included in that suite of applications. And also, of course, we look at mobile and web applications as well. Again, these are solutions that have been created in direct response to the needs of the market and seeks to also include all persons who are in this space. So not only the financial service providers, but any size business. So no matter what setup the business has, GetPaid Suite offers a feasible solution that is able to meet the business need, whatever it is, right? I want to share 2 examples of what these payment solutions look like so you can see it in action and you can understand a little bit better what exactly this thing is. 2 examples that we're going to show here are our payment portal, which, this one that is on screen is actually a live example that has been already set up with the JTA Cooperative Credit Union, one of the oldest credit unions in Jamaica serving the teaching population. And in essence, what it is a simple payment portal that allows somebody to go online, click on a link, submit a payment. Very simple, very easy. And we have different makeups. This particular one that you're looking on supports making multiple payments at once. I don't know if you guys would have been familiar with paying bills using your online banking platform, where you go on and select the bill that you want to pay and put the amount that you want to pay towards that particular bill, and you make one submission and it all goes where it's supposed to go. It's a similar thing here that you're looking at. We have much simpler ones that are just one step, single step. You just put in the amount of monies that you want to make payment on, and it's submitted to the person. We, Mobile Edge, use this payment facility to collect payments for our invoices, where we actually include the link on our invoice as one of our payment methodologies, and persons can click on that link, open it up, and go and make payment. Very easy, very simple. And this is best suited for persons who don't have the budget to build out an entire e-commerce website, an e-commerce ecosystem, but just want a simple link to send to persons, to put in their Instagram profile, to put on their invoices, to put in an email, to send via SMS, to send via WhatsApp. That's how simple it is, right? Persons can make payments for your products and services that you have to offer. And then I want to introduce to you this other example with Ocean Brand Fitness. Client of ours, this client is what we'll call a virtual operator. They have a business that operates without a physical location. And this platform is actually an online store platform that allows persons to be able to go online, find the products that they want, express interest in the products by submitting an order, and of course making payment thereafter. Very simple and very easy to use. These platforms come with mobile apps that allows persons to track their orders and their processes, so that they can stay on top of their business and always know what is going on, So this is another example of the product catalog. It pretty much allows persons to be able to get up and running within a few weeks, and comes at a very low budget compared to the full website build out that a person would typically undertake. Now, this is my last slide. I just want to introduce to persons that, when it comes to getting online, can be quite a tedious undertaking. Can be also an easy undertaking, depending on which route you choose. With the GetPaid suite of applications, we enable persons to be able to start up with what we call a minimum viable product. A minimum viable product is the minimum that you need to start to get online. So for somebody who already has a website, maybe you need a payment system. For somebody who has nothing, they may need a one-page website. They may need an online shopping cart system. What we do is that we're enabling a limited number of persons to get started with no setup fees for a select number of services. So we definitely want to encourage persons who are interested in really tapping into this potential to visit our website, getmobileedge.com, for more information. And once you visit the website, you can click on the pricing button and arrange an assessment meeting with one of our agents, and we'll have that conversation with you. But we definitely encourage persons to get online and get paid. At the end of the day, I firmly believe that getting online is one of the easiest ways to drive entrepreneurship. The more we enable it, the more we educate persons on it, is the better for them. And this is something that I believe that is an equalizer within the space. And what I say when I say equalizer, it means that somebody who is a very small man, meaning that, you know, a micro business, can compete with a large business simply because they have an online presence and they're able to market their products to their customers, communicate with them effectively, and do business. At the end of the day, e-commerce is here to stay, and we definitely encourage persons to make the most of it. Right?
All right, thank you so much. Leighton Campbell of Mobile Edge Solutions. A very informative discussion on how to get paid online. All right, we're going to sit with Leighton in just a few minutes. But if you're just joining us, you're inside the Ministry of Finance's Wealth Summit 2021. We are discussing digital financial inclusion. All right, whole heap of information I give away in Wealth Summit this morning today. Now, as Leighton makes his way to have a chat with me, I would like to get your feedback. All right? So there is a link in the chat. I want you to click on that link. That link leads you to a question, and then you answer that question. Then we're going to read the responses on screen as soon as the results are available. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome for his post-presentation discussion, Leighton Campbell. Good to meet you. All right, thank you so much. So, Leighton, a lot of good things are going on, right?
Indeed.
You have been spearheading a lot of innovations. Thank you for that, and congratulations on the various successes.
Yeah, man,
there's a particular question though. Mm-hmm. Your company has a unique value proposition, and it is that if there are businesses who already have a PayPal payment infrastructure, they can get their payments much faster from PayPal through Mobile Edge. You want to tell us how that works?
Well, not necessarily through Mobile Edge, because I mean something that we started doing.
Yes.
But we pulled away from it because PayPal can be a little bit difficult to deal with. But what you do find is that there are a lot of persons out there who are doing business online and using PayPal, and we don't want to find quicker ways to access their funds. At the end of the day, PayPal is a very funny business to deal with, and you know we have been there with them, worked with them, help persons to access funds from that facility. But at the end of the day, we kind of pulled away from it.
Okay. And
focus more so on enabling localized solutions, because what you're going to find is that these international players, the PayPals, the Stripe,
right,
highly regulated spaces.
Yes.
And when you look at tapping that type of thing, then you're looking at a lot of laws, a lot of money laundering related things, and the fraud. Fraudulent nature of the fraud concerns are there as well. So generally for persons who are using PayPal, we encourage persons to use PayPal who don't have heavy reliance on cash flow.
Okay.
So for instance, I have a course that I just launched.
Yes.
I'm actually offering for free. I haven't started charging for it as yet.
You hear that, viewers?
Right.
It's for
free.
For free.
Right. So if you want to do it, you can actually check out our website, my website, leightoncampbell.com.
Yes.
And it's there.
What's the course on?
It's on e-commerce. It's actually e-commerce fundamentals for business managers and entrepreneurs.
All right, you heard it on Wealth Summit, guys. leightoncampbell.com.
Right.
Fundamentals of e-commerce. Check it out.
Right.
Yes.
But I've set up that facility with PayPal.
Yeah.
Although I have many things that I could have used.
Yeah.
Simply because I don't need ready access to the funds to reinvest in things like stock, goods, and so forth. So they are different.
Talk about financial independence also. Yeah, heard that, sir.
But it's because of the business model, really.
Yes.
The business model doesn't require me to reinvest the cash right away.
Right.
So you find that for a business that require that reliance on cash, they need a localized solution.
Right.
Somewhere that they can have their monies right away, quick access. The other thing as well is that when you do the online transactions with PayPal, you're playing around with exchange rates as well.
I don't like that.
PayPal's exchange rate
lose money.
sometimes $10 on top of
Above,
our current
right,
rate, right? Which, you know, messes up with a lot of margins and so forth. So for persons who find it adequate, it is there. And that's why I mentioned earlier that there are many payment solutions out there, and persons will choose payment solutions based on their makeup, based on their own ability to meet the requirements of different offerings, you know?
Right.
So PayPal is there for a reason. Then you have your local solutions with the banks. You have other players in the market who have entered as well, who try to make it a little easier
Right.
to do this thing. Initially, before COVID, it was quite difficult dealing with the banks. Sometimes even the agents themselves didn't understand the products because it wasn't being sold as regularly.
Right.
Nowadays, it's a different thing.
Okay.
Persons are far more educated and they
Yes.
know exactly what to tell persons.
And the mental model has changed. The
Yes,
attitude and the
yes,
culture
the
has
attitude
changed.
has
Right.
changed. A lot of persons are still wary about credit card payments and what comes
Naturally.
with that and so forth naturally. But the stigma is definitely being improved.
Yes.
And persons are definitely more interested in it.
All right, so I want you to answer this question for me, and I'm sure many of our viewers have the same question. So it's twofold. Are Jamaican small businesses able to set up an Instagram shop? And if we are not, why aren't we?
All right.
And how can we?
So we are not, based on my understanding currently, that there are two things that comes with it. It's a location thing,
Yeah.
as well as you have to have a certain number of
Following?
followers
Oh.
to tap into some of these features. So I
Okay.
think, based on my recollection for Instagram, I think it started at 10,000 followers.
10,000
Or
followers.
something like that, right? But you're going to find that majority of the persons who you see doing online selling on Instagram are persons from the US,
Yes.
UK, Canada, one of those markets
Right.
that they typically support, you know? So that's a challenge, really. It's a location thing.
All right. So how do Jamaican small businesses get around that? You know, how do we incorporate services like what Mobile Edge provides into our social media selling?
All right. So that's a very good question. And at the end of the day, you know, as I said, there are many different approaches that you can take. So let's think about an example of an Instagram seller who sells pieces of clothes, maybe have a 9-to-5 as well, and they're juggling on the side, right?
Right, right.
But they have a registered business and, you know, they're trying to make this thing work.
Yeah, man, they might do it.
Right, they might do it, right? Somebody like that can start with a simple payment link. I shared earlier a payment portal that we did
Right.
for JT Credit Union.
Okay.
We have a much simpler version of that that allows persons to just send a link
Okay.
and persons can click to pay. So, for example, you know, you have a link in your bio.
Right, I was about to
Right,
ask you
that link in your bio. You could easily drop that link in your bio
Okay.
and have persons make payment to it. Then you have persons who may want to say, let's do an online store. So that when you post on your page, you post the name of a product and you say, search for this product in my store.
Okay.
Right? And persons can go in there and find it, make an order and so forth. The difference between both is really the sophistication.
Yeah.
The end of the day, with the click to pay link, somebody would send you a message saying, hey, I want to buy this. And you say, okay, it costs X amount. And the person goes online, makes that payment and so forth. The other option where you have your store online means that you don't need to be manning your Instagram chat like that.
Okay.
Persons can click on the link,
Right.
go to your store, peruse your store, make a payment.
And
And at the end of your day, you can fulfill that order.
So this also works in WhatsApp?
Any
the payment link?
Any facility, text
Okay.
messaging, any facility,
All
any
right.
communication tool.
So for those persons who are concerned about the speed of payment, how speedily are these payments received into their bank accounts?
Well, depending on the payment methodology of choice, there are some that take 2 to 3 days. Because normally, just like when you
we don't like
operate
them there, you know.
you don't like them
No, we
one
don't
day?
like them
You
there.
like them one
No,
day?
we don't like them one day. 2 to 3 days. We don't like them
I
there.
don't think you can. I don't think you can go around it. You know,
Yeah.
you will see the transaction come up in your account immediately.
Yes, right.
So you'll be able to verify that payment has been made.
Yeah.
But just like when you use your credit card at the
Right, it
gas station and
settles.
so forth, it
Yeah,
has a
it's
settlement
a
period.
settlement period, yeah,
Right.
get
You
that.
can't go around
Can't
that
go
because when you think about it as well, e-commerce payments is an extension of merchant services.
Okay.
So the same account that you use to run your physical credit card machine
Yes.
is the same account that you extend to collect payments online. It's a different form of processing that payment.
Okay.
It has to go through that settlement period. And then you have facilities that go up to maybe a week and so forth in settlement.
Yeah.
Those tend to be a lot more lenient. You have even marketplaces who will do up to 2 weeks.
Yes.
Again, dependent on your makeup. You may
Yes.
have some that are easier, some that are harder to get into. You find the ones that actually settle longer are easier to acquire.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, because
Okay.
most of those
Is
are
that trade-off?
most of those are what we call payment facilitation services. Where
Right.
payment is collected on your behalf
For example?
and sent to you. So, for example, like the Get Paid solution that we mentioned
okay,
offers
right.
that. A marketplace example would be like a Cool Market.
Right.
For example, Q Mall, those persons, you know. With them, of course, you have to get set up and so forth. So it's not just a payment solution, but more so a marketplace solution.
All right. So if we log on to your website, we can sign up for Mobile Edge.
Correct,
Right?
you can.
How quickly do we get a Mobile Edge? Is it an account?
All right.
Yeah.
So when you visit our website, we have a pricing button that persons can click on. Once they click on that pricing button, they're asked to fill out a little form.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what they want, because
Right.
at the end of the day, as we mentioned, e-commerce is very circumstantial. Somebody comes to us, and if you have a multinational business, it's a different approach from if you have no business presence. You know, it's a different approach as if you're a 100-year-old company versus a startup. So we go through that process with you. We have that conversation. We do a free assessment of your business.
Yes.
Look at what it is that you need, make recommendations to you, and then you can get set up. Setup process can range from as little as 2 to 3 days to weeks, sometimes months, depending on how big of a solution you need. You know, we have done custom solutions that are
Yes, I was about to ask.
that are global solutions with international patents and so forth.
Okay.
And we have as basic as just out-the-box solutions that are readily available, packaged and ready to go.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you're inside the Wealth Summit presented by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. We just got a very informative presentation from Leighton Campbell, CEO of Mobile Edge Solutions, and we are now sitting with him, getting a little bit behind the presentation, you know, the real deal. You know what I mean? That information there, you know, the one we really want. Right, that is what we're getting now. So if you have questions, send them in the chat. There's also a link in the chat for you to interact with the summit. I have a question here, Leighton, and it is from Ganesh. I think this is Nakti. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. So Ganesh says, what about the server speeds and the transaction rates? Will Mobile Edge be housing the servers used for these transactions? Interesting.
That's a very technical question.
Yeah,
eh?
tell
This
you.
is a big question.
Them are big.
All right, so
Yes.
that's a good question. All right, so when it comes to servicing, you know, our mandate is really very simple, I would say, which is to enable companies to service your customers anywhere, anytime. This includes building the infrastructure, hosting the infrastructure, maintaining and supporting that infrastructure.
And you build it for the particular client.
Build it for the particular client. We
Right.
also have things that have been pre-built,
Okay.
ready to go as well.
Okay.
When it comes to hosting, we do provide hosting services
Yeah.
to our customers. So we work with a premium host provider called Rackspace,
Right.
one of the best in the market.
Yes.
And when it comes to speed, there are different server makeups that you can undertake to optimize your speed. You can have persons who use shared resources, or you have persons who use dedicated resources.
Right.
And all of these things can be optimized to make your processing faster, the way how your page loads faster, and even how you show up and so forth in Google and so forth. You know?
Okay.
Right.
So Ganesh, I hope that Leighton answered your question correctly, because you know what Ganesh really wants, you know, if he doesn't know, say the money not lele.
No,
in a
nah,
cyberspace,
nah,
right?
lele
You want
at
it
all.
quick and fast
And at the end
in
of
the
it-
account.
Right, at the end of the day too, we do, because we work with different technology partners,
Yes.
there is also, you know, not all partners are created equally.
Yeah.
So you have some that will process a lot faster, you have some that are more immediate than others. Generally, you find that in the worst case scenario, from a processing perspective, it may only take a few minutes as opposed to immediately, but it's generally immediate. You know, within 5 minutes, you're able to see your transaction.
All right. So earlier in our discussion, you mentioned that when someone logs onto your website and they're signing up for your service, there's a pricing table. But you want to tell us what kind of prices are those? How affordable
Okay,
are
that's a good question,
Yes,
reasonable
that-
question.
yeah.
So we have solutions right now that we're offering with no setup costs, just monthly fees as low as $30 per month.
30 US dollars?
30 US dollars
I
per
couldn't
month.
Jamaican. Sure.
No, that
Right.
30
No, for your expensive service, no. No, we're too bright. Right. Yes.
All right, so as low as $30 per month, and it can range, there's no ceiling
Right.
as to where it can go. It really comes down to how complex the solution is that you want to be built.
But for $30, what does a user get?
All right, so for instance, the click-to-pay system, that's
Right.
a simple payment portal.
That link.
That you
Okay.
can use, all right, you get that, and it's hosted for you, maintained for you, and kept up to date and so forth.
Oh, that's reasonable,
Yeah.
and that's per month.
That's per
All
month,
right,
yeah.
so for that link, can we include multiple bank accounts? So for example, that business person has an account at NCB, one at Scotia, one at FGB. That payment link when that user, that customer clicks on the link, does it present different banking options or just one?
Well, it is connected generally to one.
To one,
payment
okay.
processor. If you choose to, you can have multiple instances of the same. So if you have an account with NCB, FGB, say you have it with all five
Right.
for whatever reason,
Yeah.
and you want to connect to all five for
seven of them,
whatever
you know.
reason. A seven?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Processing payments now?
well, I know there's 7 commercial banks.
Yeah, commercial
Right,
banks,
right.
but not processing
I
payments.
see what you mean.
Right.
Mhm.
So 5 are processing payments based
right.
on my knowledge right
Okay,
now. Right.
cool.
So if you want to have an instance of each, you can, but that may be quite redundant unless
see.
it is that you have each one maybe to support a different business,
see.
different business unit.
Okay.
Like I said, business is so unique these days that,
Yes.
there are different makeups. But it's generally a one-to-one mapping in terms of a setup.
Okay. So as we close out our discussion, Leighton, tell our viewers, tell Jamaica, why is digital financial inclusion important?
Well, I mean, at this stage right now, digital financial inclusion is paramount. At the end of the day, when you think about doing business, whether you're doing it online, whether you're doing it offline, being able to tap into your online banking resources and so forth, being able to be a part of the banking system is extremely important to driving that. Remember, at the end of the day, my firm belief is that e-commerce, internet entrepreneurship can be one of those things that alleviate poverty in Jamaica. Because
I'm glad you made that point.
Right, because there's no barrier to entry. There's nothing special that you need. All you need is an idea and the will to see it through. And with that type of availability, you're seeing where somebody who may have high school education, primary school education, college education, it doesn't matter of what background you're from, there's nothing to stop you from tapping into that.
Right.
And if majority of the country is financially included in the banking system, whatever facilities that are available out there, you will find that generally there will be far more commerce. Why? Because it will be easier. Think about how many things we shop online from the comfort of our home. Sometimes even in the bathroom, we're shopping online, right? In our more personal spaces.
Right.
So what we're saying is that when you think about the 24-hour cycle of doing business like that, the business never stops.
Right.
That's one of the beauty about doing business like that. It never stops. Once you have great financial inclusion, it only balloons that entire ecosystem,
All right, very well said. That was Leighton Campbell, CEO of Mobile Edge Solutions. All right, so they're a Jamaican company. If you don't know about them, log on to mobileedge.com, getmobileedge.com, and look at the suite of services that they provide. They help you to get paid online. All right. Thank you so much, Leighton.
Thank you for having me.
It was great having you. Thank you so much for your informative
Likewise.
presentation. Big up yourself.
Likewise.
All righty. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving nicely along. So things are going on. So, in Wealth Summit, we are discussing digital financial inclusion. So, financial inclusion is the deliberate effort by the government and its agencies, through various state agencies and partners, to ensure that Jamaican citizens have access to financial goods and services that meet their need. Melanie Williams at BOJ would have proud of me with that explanation. Right, so that is financial inclusion. So we want to ensure that you have access, and then we want to ensure that you understand the financial goods and services that are available to meet your need. Financial literacy, ladies and gentlemen, is the awareness of the goods and services that will help you to become the financial goods and services that will help you to become financially independent, and then the adoption of the skills and the practices that will ensure that you become wealthy. This of course, is the Wealth Summit. So some of those skills, they are saving, budgeting, investing, managing your credit, and ensuring that you have additional streams of income. You know, so you can't get rich off of one thing, you know. It has to be multiple streams of income. And of course, you might have been made aware of the term passive income. But, you know, another way that we can become financially independent, this is especially good for MSMEs, is one of the greatest state partners. That's the Development Bank of Jamaica. We now present the general manager for Channels, Relationship and Marketing. He is Edison Galbraith. All right, he's from the Development Bank of Jamaica, and he is going to let us tell us a little bit more about financing digitization efforts for MSMEs. Now, so you've heard from Dennis Chung this morning how to transition to digital. You just heard from Leighton Campbell how to get paid online. But these things require a digital framework. They require a digital infrastructure. And the Development Bank of Jamaica is able to finance the build out of that digital infrastructure for you. Please allow me to introduce Edison Galbraith. He has over 20 years experience in the investment and development banking industries. Since 2011, he has served as General Manager, Loan Origination and Portfolio Management at the Development Bank of Jamaica, where he heads the bank's lending operations. Since 2021, though, he has taken on marketing of all the bank's financing and capacity building products, with responsibilities including managing DBJ's relationships with financial institutions, development partners, and the business sector. He also ensures that DBJ's stock portfolio is deployed to unlock strategic sectors, improve access to finance, and support economic growth and job creation. Edison holds diverse qualifications, including a Bachelor of Arts in History and Economics from the University of the West Indies and an MBA in Finance from the Manchester Business School in the United Kingdom. He is also a certified energy manager, really, and an energy risk professional. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an energetic presentation from Edison Galbraith of the Development Bank of Jamaica.
Thanks for that, Anne. So good morning, everyone, and special good morning to all of you out there in the virtual world following this presentation. We're very grateful to the Ministry of Finance for inviting the Development Bank of Jamaica to be part of this Wealth Summit. The topic, financing digitalization for MSMEs, is very near and dear to us at DBJ. A big part of our mandate has been working with MSMEs, and we've seen the pain and the suffering of MSMEs coming through this COVID pandemic. And along with the Ministry of Finance, we are here for you to give you solutions to help you not just cope, but pivot, recover, and grow. Now, we have a number of products that we are offering, and we're highlighting those on this slide. We have our DBJ Go Digital Voucher and DBJ Go Digital Loan. A lot of what I'm going to tell you will be on our website, which is the dbjserve.com website. So after the presentation, invite you to just check out that website. Now, a little bit about the Development Bank of Jamaica. Our mandate clearly is to foster economic growth and development of the Jamaican economy. But we have a special emphasis on entrepreneurship, job creation, financial, and social inclusion. We're a government-owned company, yes, and our mission is to provide opportunities to all Jamaicans to improve their quality of life through development financing, capacity building, public-private partnership, and privatization solutions in keeping with government policy. And clearly we want our businesses to surpass your business goals with the DBJ. All right, so the way we approach this typically is we look at the business life cycle of the entrepreneurs and the businesses that we support. So we start from the seed stage or micro all the way through growth, startup, established, expansion to mature. So we serve micro, small, medium, and large businesses. We serve all sectors, so DBJ support is available to everything in the alphabet from agriculture all the way down to the end. Critically, we find that things like digitalization are cross-cutting. They fit into all of these sectors, energy, climate, etc. The products that we offer range from training to business support services, grant financing, guarantees, loans, equity, supply chain financing, and yes, privatization services. And we operate through a range of partners, including business service providers, incubators to do the hand-holding and nurturing, business associations, lenders, being credit unions, microfinance institutions, as well as commercial banks and others, angel investors, and also fund managers for the equity side of things. Now, to add to that crash course when DBJ took on this project just about a month ago, because we've started this digitalization program. And so I'm going to just break it down in a very simple way that, all our MSMEs can appreciate it. So digitalization or digitization is basically to go digital. What does it mean? To adopt IT solutions or computer-based solutions to boost the performance of your business. That's basically what it does. What are the types of digitalization? So you can either enhance or retrofit an existing, let's call it block and steel business, or you can design and build from scratch a fully digital online business from scratch. There are options such as integration or fully integrated with other software or platforms, or your apps may be standalone and they just work individually. Features of digitalization we find are, I like to call it borrowed. So you're on WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram or any of these platforms, Twitter, it's not yours, you don't own it, it's free, it's open, everybody can use it, it's social media marketing, and you're really competing for the space there. You can have shared platforms where you pay per use or you pay subscription fees for software or programs for your e-commerce, or you can own a platform where, let's say you create a website and it's your website or your platform. So you purchase a customized interactive website or any other software, and that may require you to find some money to do that. Other inputs for you to become digitalized include hardware. So you may need to purchase things like smartphones, tablet computers, laptops, etc. for your business, servers, scanners, point of sale, machinery, and equipment may use software as well. And you may need services such as advice, training, and business support. What we found is that the entry point for most small firms is marketing or customer engagement. So typically we use either software or apps to reach customers. Eventually, they move into things like banking and administrative functions, so the back office support is there. And as it becomes more complex, we find people managing their factory floor or managing their inventory with various software solutions. How does digitization ultimately help a small business? So let's start with customer engagement. So it helps you reach new customers. So let's say you're on social media and you're putting out content about your restaurant and your menu or your bakery or your small attraction. Then you may pick up new business there. But critically, you can also use digitalization or software apps to engage with your existing customers. Let's think about it this way. So you may have a bakery and it's on the perfect main street location, but then came COVID. And unfortunately, you did not keep the contacts for all of these customers who used to walk through. Now they're not coming anymore. Let's flip back. If you had before COVID, for instance, maintained let's call it a customer relationship management system where you kept all the records of your customers, you know their preferences, what they like, when they buy, why they buy, who they buy for, then maybe you could have just jumped beyond COVID, right? But it's not too late. You can still build that kind of customer engagement and customer data. Supply chain management, it can help with delivery. So we see a lot of courier services going around the place. You can probably automate some of that so your deliveries are accurate. Your information is there. You're not depending on somebody to write down on a piece of paper to tell you where to deliver what. Supply logistics, your inventory, your stocks, you can manage how much stock you have at any point in time. You can forward plan with your suppliers to make sure that you have the right stock when you need it. So your production planning and management can also be automated and digitalized. Innovation is a critical area for businesses to grow, and that's a major plank for DBJ. So you want new or improved products or services. You want a different way of producing products. The data you capture about your business, about your customers, can help you to innovate and come up with new things. E-commerce or cash management, so it can help you move from a cash-based business where you have to collect cash from your customers, you have to store that cash, you have to transport that cash, you have to send somebody to the bank to lodge it and draw money and transfer it all over the place. Now it can be totally cashless. So you can have your point-of-sale systems, your e-payment, managing your, your payments and your receivables. Your back office also is critical. Your administration, business records, accounting, HR, internal communication with your staff can be all digitalized. And also, very importantly, you can access global trade opportunities like Amazon recently opened up to Jamaica. So a lot of small businesses have that opportunity. Now, the critical point I want to make here is that digitalization pays for itself. Or you should ensure when you digitalize your business that it pays for itself. The benefits, let's look at customer engagement. So your sales can increase when you're able to get new customers. You don't have to wait for people to come physically to your location. You can reach out to them and tell them what you have and when it's available. So you can obviously increase your sales. Cost, your cost can decrease per unit of sales. So you're increasing your efficiency and your margins. And critically, therefore, you will increase your cash flow and your profit. And your business value will also increase. So I reiterate the point, going digital is an investment and you should let it pay for itself. So don't buy a website and put it down and don't use it. Make sure you're using and getting the full benefit of any digitalization that you undertake in your business. Now there are two aspects to digitalization that I want to highlight. One is, and this is for MSMEs again, one is the users of solutions. So the everyday mom and pop business, any business that's using these solutions, but also critically the providers of solutions who develop software, develop apps. There's financing for them as well, whether they are consultants or developers. And at this point, I want to just highlight the DBJ offering. So we've collaborated with the Ministry of Finance over the last 2 months to put together the DBJ Serve Jamaica program. It's $3 billion of funding available to micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. Now, it's broken out into 3 areas. The first one is we have the Go Digital voucher, where small businesses earning up to $75 million per year. So if you're less than 75, equal to or less than, you can access this $300,000 voucher, which covers 100% of the cost, up to $300,000 maximum, towards a variety of digital transformation services or transition, as Dennis said, and solutions. It doesn't pay for hardware like computers, but it pays for all the services, whether it's website development, social media, payroll, all the software and apps that you may need. And it's available through a panel of what we call business development organizations, which are accredited by DBJ. The second product that we have is the DBJ Go Digital Loan. Now, $300,000 might not be enough for you, but that's free money. The $300,000 is free. Now, let's say you need $1 million to get your website and all of your things up and running. You can access $800,000 through DBJ accredited lenders at an interest rate of 2% to you, the final beneficiary, to you, 2% to you. And this is on the reducing balance, and it's fixed for the period. And that can be used to acquire all the things that you'd have acquired under the Go Digital voucher, which is software, services. In addition, this will pay for your computers and all the hardware that you need to drive these things. Critically, this loan can support you through accessing these services, not just through DBJ accredited providers, but through any provider that's on your street or online or wherever you have them, as long as they're approved by your lender. So you get an invoice, you take it to your lender, and they will fund it. This facility is available for up to 3 years repayment. We cover up to 90% of the project cost by loan, and you can get a moratorium of up to 3 months. Now, the next product that we have, so if you need more funding, there's the DBJ MSME Recovery Loan. The loan limit for this is $10 million. The interest rate, again, to you, the beneficiary, the SME, is 5% per annum, and it's on the reducing balance. It's available again through our network of accredited lenders, which includes credit unions, microfinance companies, and commercial banks. And again, I reiterate, it's 5% to you. We fund 90% of the project cost for SMEs. The tenure, you can get a repayment period of up to 8 years on this facility and a moratorium of 12 months. And it covers everything from either your digitalization needs, plus working capital, equipment, construction, debt consolidation, critically including refinancing of high interest cost loans, overdraft business cards that you may have used to fund your business during COVID. And if you need to, you can use it to purchase real estate for use by the business. Going beyond that, so yes, you may have moved from being a small business and you're much larger. Now you're buying stocks and inventory. You have a building, you have equipment, you're building out your factory, etc. You can access funding from the DBJ from anywhere up to 30 million to 500 million Jamaican dollars, starting at 8.25% to you. And this funding is available again up to 10 years and through our network of lenders. And it's available both in Jamaican or US dollars if that's what you require. Critically, we find that small businesses don't have a lot of collateral to secure a loan. So DBJ has in place to help MSMEs finance their digitalization and their growth our credit enhancement facility. And this is really collateral support to help you secure a loan. Again, it's available through any of our lenders, our network of lenders, credit unions, commercial banks, microfinance. And the coverage for small loans of up to 11 million, you can get 90% of your loan guaranteed by the DBJ up to a cap of 10 million. So the guarantee doesn't go up to, it goes up to a maximum of 10 million. For general SME loans, we give you 80% coverage and it goes up to 30 million. And these guarantees are available for a term of 10 years. All right, so that's the financing that's available to SMEs. But what about the suppliers? So how are we getting this done? On the one hand, we have lenders, we have SMEs needing the service. But what we're doing, we're engaging IT suppliers now, whether they're providing hardware, software, consulting. We're encouraging them to develop. We're encouraging you, because you're listening, IT suppliers, to develop packages for MSMEs and advertise your offerings on the open market. We're promoting partnerships among suppliers, lenders, as well as business associations. So whether it's manufacturers, whether it's pharmacies, whether it's doctors, whether it's egg farmers, hairdressers association, whatever it is that you need to digitalize your business, work along with suppliers and lenders to put the packages together. As I said before, the Go Digital Marketplace that DBJ is promoting right now for the next 6 months, because these facilities are only available until March 2022. So anybody trying to access the Go Digital loan or the Go Digital voucher or the MSME recovery loan, you have until March 2022 and it's ended. But we're building a Go Digital marketplace valued $1 billion with this Go Digital loan facility. And you can access it through whether it's DBJ accredited BDOs or other IT suppliers. We're working with the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance, formerly the Jamaica Computer Society, to build, again, an automated business-to-business marketplace for digitalization solutions. So what will that marketplace do? You'll be able to register as a supplier, indicate your services on that website. The platform will provide education for MSMEs about how to go digital and how it works. MSMEs will be able to self-assess by answering a few questions, identify their needs, find matching suppliers, and then they can proceed. In terms of additional financing, as I said, for providers and developers, the DBJ has been doing this for many years. So we provide support to, let's say, entrepreneurs through the National Business Models competition with the universities. So we have young entrepreneurs coming out who are developing technology-based businesses with apps and software development, and they've been getting support to pitch and raise funding. Our DBJ Ignite and Innovation Grant Fund also supports innovative businesses, which, yes, if you're a developer of software, you're very likely to be innovative. Angel investor networks we're working with them. We have SME funds that are coming online and private equity. And critically also, we're doing capacity building for technology firms through programs like the TBR Lab, Tech Beach Retreat Lab, as well as RevUp Caribbean. So just to highlight the grants that we have available again. So under the voucher for technical assistance, we have over 30 services which are available to tech firms, to regular firms, but critically, you can access these grant services through our accredited partners. The Ignite program, again for developers or providers of these services, you can access up to $3 million if you're early stage, or $7 million in grant financing for commercialization. Under our Innovation Grant Fund, if you're a business earning between 75 and 300 million in developing software, etc., you can access a grant of $14 million. And critically, energy companies use a lot of electricity. So, IT companies use a lot of electricity. So you can actually get an energy audit grant to help you improve your offerings. So I just want to highlight in closing that there are, just to point out so persons understand that these are very real programs that a lot of Jamaican entrepreneurs have benefited from. The National Business Model Competition has benefited over 2,000 students, and our partners for that have been 4 universities. The voucher, we've issued over 1,400 vouchers at a value of over $306 million to small and medium-sized and micro businesses. We have over 50 BDOs. I like to refer to it as an army of BDOs out there to support small businesses. And they're providing over 30 services. Our Ignite program to date, we've had 3 rounds. We've funded over 70 businesses with grants of over 230 million, working with 6 incubators, or what we call BSIs. Our supply chain program has benefited over 400 MSMEs to the tune of 420 million, and we work with 18 large firms which are buyers for that supply chain. The credit enhancement facility, critically, which helps you if you don't have collateral to access these loans. Over 1,000 guarantees have been issued, valued 5.5 billion, supporting 11.7 billion in loans to micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, and this has been passed through 15 lenders. Our MSME loans generally, in the last financial year, 2020, we issued over 14,100 loans valued $7 billion to MSMEs, and we work with over 33 AFIs and MFIs. So in closing, I just want to highlight that the DBJ is here for you. The benefits of digitalization are that it should pay for itself, is the point I want to make. And even before COVID, Jamaican businesses were lagging in digitalization, and we really want to use this opportunity of COVID to help you pivot, recover, and grow. So we urge you to contact us. Our website is there, dbjserve.com. You can text us on our WhatsApp text on the line, 876-371-3750. And we really encourage you we want to work with lenders, with suppliers, and business associations to really digitize thousands of small businesses over the next 6 months to March 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time today and for listening to us. And, we just want Jamaica to go digital. Thank you very much.
All right, what a great point on which to end his presentation. We want Jamaica to go digital. That was Edison Galbraith of the Development Bank of Jamaica. We're going to have a little chat with Edison. As he made his way to the center, there was a question. There was a question in the chat that was posted to the chat. As Shelley-Ann or team, can you let us know the results of that question? So we asked, on a score of 1 to 5, 5 being the highest, how hard is it to get paid online in Jamaica? All right, Shelley, Kimberly, Tiffany.
It's visible right there on your screen, Anna. Look at the screen.
Please, I can't see. I can see so far.
Miss Anna, you are very cute and you're blind. Well, if you look at the screen, which is shared with the audience, so they'll be able to see, but Anna is blind, everybody.
Right.
It says on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the highest, how hard it is to get paid online in Jamaica. And the number 1 answer is clearly hardest.
Hardest. Wow.
Hardest.
Wow.
And then it goes down. Number 2 answer is the 3rd hardest. And then it goes 4th hardest. Easiest was, of course, the least responded to area there. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Shelley-Ann. So your views have been heard. You consider that getting paid online is extremely difficult. But we hope after Leighton Campbell's presentation on the various facilities, including his Mobile Edge Solutions, that you will sign up and take advantage of the products and services that are there to help you get paid online faster. We're now joined by Edison Galbraith of DBJ. Hello.
Hey, Anna.
Hi, great to meet you. Great to meet you. Your presentation was a treasure trove of information. All right, particularly about the Serve Jamaica program with which you've partnered with the Ministry of Finance.
Yes.
So you did say that it is a $1 billion value program targeted to MSMEs. All right, how does an MSME qualify for the assistance?
Okay, so The Serve Jamaica program, the DBJ Serve Jamaica program, is actually $3 billion.
$3 billion.
But $1 billion is for Go Digital.
I see.
So we have two categories. Firstly, we have the Go Digital voucher, which is available to small businesses with revenues up to 75 million.
Okay.
All our other MSME products are available to small, medium, and micro businesses
Yes.
up to 425 million.
Okay.
So all a small business has to do to access the $300,000 grant for services, the voucher, is to be registered. Then you log on to our website. You can go on to dbjserve.com because we at DBJ, we have also gone digital in some respects, not in everything, but in some.
So the application process
So
is
the application
digital.
process is digital,
Right.
entirely online.
Yes.
And then you just enter your information about your company, and you'll get an email advising you that you've registered, and then you go on and you indicate the service that you want. So let's say you wanted accounting software. You'd indicate you want accounting software, and you'd see a list of providers who can provide that for you. Those are accredited business development.
And then the DBJ would give you a voucher to pay for that.
That's correct.
All right.
That's
So
correct.
when you say micro businesses, so what about a makeup artist who'd like to improve stock?
Absolutely.
Hairdressers who'd like another
Absolutely.
store.
Anything from zero revenue.
Yes.
You've just
started.
You've just started.
Yes.
Is a micro until you get to $15 million.
Okay, and that you're considered a small business.
Yes.
Okay.
So micro businesses, small businesses are
Yes.
fully able to access this. The one thing is you just have to register your business.
Okay, so is it first come, first served? Because I know you have a cap on the funds. So is it first come, first served, or is it that you are assessed before being given the funds?
So again, the voucher is, you're not given a check or cash.
Fair.
You're assigned a provider, a service provider
I see, okay.
delivers the service for you. So
I
let's
see.
say you wanted to build a website for
I
your
see.
hair salon.
Right.
You would pick one of the BDOs,
Yes.
and then you would make
What
the arrangement
BDOs
with them.
meaning?
Business development organization.
Right.
I like to call them providers, service
Right.
providers.
No problem.
Right. So let's say you agreed on a cost of $100,000 or
Yes.
$90,000.
Yes.
Then you would they currently we're paying for 100% of that service
Up to
300,000,
right.
inclusive of GCT.
Okay.
So once you've agreed the service, DBJ will issue a commitment letter to the provider, and once they've delivered the service and you as the hairdresser are satisfied with it, then DBJ will pay.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. There are a lot of opportunities that are being made available to especially MSMEs to aid their development and their recovery from the worst effects of the pandemic. One such program is the Serve Jamaica program, a partnership with the Ministry of Finance and the Development Bank of Jamaica. You just heard from Edison Galbraith, who gave us the suite of programs and facilities, funding opportunities that are available from the DBJ. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Galbraith, for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Wealth
Happy to be
Summit.
here.
All right, thank you so
Okay,
much. All right, from paying for your digital transformation, we now go to cyber security. All right, our
Thank you,
next
ma'am.
speaker,
I need to be
Christopher
unmiked.
Record, will let us know how to protect your cyber footprint. All right, but there was a question in the chat. There was a question, an interactive question. We're going to take that now. Let me see that screen. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear DBJ? I am sure Edison would be glad to hear this. The first thing that comes to mind. Shelly, you know, I can't see that one here. I can see this one. I see this one. It's a money and it's a health funding. Money. All right. Yes. 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 What? some good things. All right, but the main thing that comes to mind based on our viewers' response is money, and I guess that is all we need to know. Our next presenter, Christopher Record. He is the Chief Executive Officer and board member for the leading information technology support organization, T-Tech Limited, Jamaica's only pure play IT outsourcing and managed services provider. He was a founder and former CEO of computer value-added reseller, Innovative Corporate Solutions. His North American experience came from time spent at a joint consulting in Miami, where he led a number of roles, the last one being Director of Information Technology. But prior to moving to the USA, he was part owner and director at Innovative Systems Limited, Jamaica. Chris has over 33 years of experience in information technology and is a regular speaker on technology, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. He's a member of the private sector organization of Jamaica and sits on the council and serves as chairman of their innovation and digital transformation. Chris has served on the board of the e-learning Jamaica company since 2008, and he's a member of the board of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. He's also a member of the Ministry of Tourism's Gastronomy Network Committee, and that's where I know him as a wine connoisseur. But today, you'll meet him as an IT expert. He's going to tell you about protecting your digital footprint, that's cybersecurity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Christopher Record.
Thank you very, very much. What time of the day is? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in Cyberland. Here we're talking today about protecting yourself and your transactions as we all go online. We've had a great, tremendous amount of speakers this morning talking about various components of what is required to go online, whether it's financing, whether it's online e-commerce, all the various things. So all I'm going to share right now are, as the slide says, 12 ways to protect yourself going online. Most of us can relate as we speak about protecting our lives and livelihoods at home. And one of the things that we try our best is explaining what cybersecurity is all about and all the components of cybersecurity, which sometimes can be vast and confusing. So I typically try my very best to translate and break down the confusion using scenarios that we all understand. So at home, you ensure that you have your doors and windows locked. There are alarms. Some homes may have alarms. Some people may have a dog. So there's a whole range of things that you do to protect your home. Yet, when we start talking about cybersecurity, there's some folks that believe, well, my computer came with an antivirus, so I'm good. I don't need to do anything else. But look at all the things that we put in to ensure that we're safe at home, to protect, right, to detect any kind of situation and to respond, right? There's a fair amount of activities that we do. Why aren't we doing the same thing for our key assets, which is our data? Now, typically, this presentation is done for corporate and medium-sized businesses, but because today we have a wider cross-section of audience, including individuals and, as the definition went earlier, micro, small, and medium enterprises, I'm going to extract some components of it that are more aligned with that market to kind of give you an idea of some of the things that each of every one of you can do to protect yourselves online. So I'm going to jump over the more complex components of cybersecurity and IT security, and I'm going to go straight into what needs to happen to protect ourselves online. So beginning with the first one is becoming aware, becoming very, very aware. What do I mean by this? Cybersecurity awareness training, by the way, For those who don't know, October every year is celebrated worldwide as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So when I was invited to this presentation, I was like, perfect. It happens right in the month when the government of Jamaica, through their CERT office, Cybersecurity Incident Response Team at the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, is having a range of activities around cybersecurity awareness. And so this fit very nicely in speaking about what we can do to protect ourselves online. So cybersecurity awareness training is one. Becoming very aware of all the various cyber threats that are out there is massively important, so you can see something when it doesn't look right and how to handle it. So this is the first thing we'll talk about is becoming aware, becoming very, very aware. Next thing is ensuring that whatever devices that you're using to access the internet, whatever devices that you're using to do the online transactions, is properly protected, right? So all the various anti-malware. So not only just basic antivirus that you need to have on the system, but other components of cybersecurity as much as needed for your specific situation. In other words, a business, small, medium-sized business versus an individual would use different levels of security and implement and install a lot of different levels of software. But at the end of the day, you need to install protection, whether it's general anti-malware, whether it's antivirus, endpoint detection and response solutions. There's a whole range of solutions that are out there. But ensure that whatever machines that you're using to access online and do online transactions, wire transfer money, and things like that, is protected. The other thing that you want to ensure is that whatever software you have on that machine is at the latest version. So for example now, just starting out with the basic operating system of the computer or the tablet or device that you're using, you want to ensure that that is patched to the latest version of whatever operating system. So what happens here a lot of times? Let's say you're using any brand name of Microsoft operating system driven computer, whether it's Dell, HP, Lenovo, whatever it is, and you see something pop up that's saying, hey, you need to update this because there's a new version available. There's a lot of people that think, oh God, I can't bother, it's going to take up too much time right now, and that patch is not installed on the machine. What happens right then and there? That operating system has some vulnerabilities. The manufacturers of that software know that there are vulnerabilities there, and they have taken steps to fix and update and then send out that to you to patch it. When you don't patch it, you leave yourselves open for potential attacks, and the risk is great at that point in time. So ensure that you patch. So for example, again, your cell phone, your mobile device that you're using, if you're using your mobile device to access online or the transactions, try to ensure that you have the latest version of your software. Just recently, anyone with an Apple device would have gotten an update because the new version of the operating system, there was some loophole that was discovered, nothing major, but they ensure that they send out a patch. And for all of us with Apple devices, we're supposed to actually update the patch on the machine. Android devices, same thing. They ensure that they do their global tests in all the various markets and all the various type of devices, and they send out various patches regularly. So ensure that you patch it, your operating systems and the applications that you use. So OS operating systems are one thing. The applications are also massively important to ensure that you're using the latest version. There's a slide that I have that talk about ensure that you're using legal software. Sadly, and don't know, in 2021, we're still talking about telling people to get legal software. But if you don't use legal software, a lot of times the patching and the updates don't work, right? So you have to ensure that you're using legal software. So I'll remind you again later on that matter. This is a pain point for a lot of people. They're using the same exact password for a wide range of applications. Use unique passwords, and you use unique types of passwords. So I have recently gone and changed all of my passwords to a minimum of 12 characters, and it must have special characters in there, numbers, letters, capitals, and common. 12, because that makes it more difficult for any type of algorithm or online systems who is guessing passwords. And of course, I use different passwords for different systems. So anything for financial services, highest, most complicated. If it's just something you're going on a site to just, whether it's medium to read articles and stuff like that. Not so complicated that you require any high science type of password, but massively important. Do not use the same password 123 or your name of your son or daughter added with your date of birth at the end of it as a password for all your various activities. Ensure that you use something unique. This is a critical thing. Now, there's discussion and argument about passwords are going away, facial recognition. All that is fine, but for all the people that still using passwords, ensure that you have unique passwords and ensure that your passwords are complex. Compartmentalize. Compartmentalizing, I had a whole statement of what should be there, and I say, you know what, I'm going to put one word, right? Use different email addresses for different types of accounts. What do I mean here? So, some folks have, yes, you have your business email address, or you may have two business email addresses, depending. You may have a group one and an individual one for yourself. But on a personal side, let's say you have a password as myname.gmail or myname.yahoo.com, and you're using that email address to register yourselves on Facebook and Instagram and all the various social media channels, and that's the same email address that you're using for your banks and all your online shops that some of the folks were talking about earlier. If there is a attack on the database of one of those institutions and your email address is then pulled into the dark web and being sold, then you won't be able to know whether it's an attack specifically on you or is it a fake phishing attack. In other words, someone has bought a database with your email address in there and is sending you some banking information. Hey, the bank has been updated. Please click here please click at this link that they are sending you, a phishing link, to update your information. Now, if you use a different email address for all your banking stuff, use a different email address for your social media matters, use a different email address for all the fun, jokes and, all those different things. If you get an email coming on the address that you've set up only for, let's say, Facebook, and it's coming and saying it's from your bank, you know it's a scam immediately because you did not use that email for your bank. So compartmentalize your business and what you're doing. And it's a pain, it takes time, but it will save you in the long run, right? And every year or two, I have to make sure that I go through and reset, delete, and all of these things. Talking about deleting, an important thing I'll mention soon is all the old accounts that you have set up years ago, and you're not using them, and then delete them. But before I get there, let's talk about multi-factor authentication. What is this? Most financial institutions have something called multi-factor. Some people refer to it as two-factor authentication. And some organizations also use it when you're registering for their system. They send you back some sort of an email or text on another device, something that is only known to you. For example, let's use Amazon. Amazon is an online store. They have multi-factor authentication in there. I have an Amazon account. And for those of us with children, understand this very well. If one of my children log into my Amazon account, and I will get a text on the number that I've put in the system with a code on it. And the only way that any one of them can get in is if they come to me and say, Daddy, I need a code, and I know that they have logged in, right? So you need to turn on multi-factor authentication on every single solitary thing out there that has it, because you will now know that someone has logged into your system that is not you, because you're sitting here with your device and you didn't log in, but somebody else did. If it's authorized, then great. Take your device, put in the code, or if it's a trusted person like your wife or your children, then you can say, here's the code, and they use it. But once you log out, if they log in again from a different device, it will hit you back again. So it's massively important to use multi-factor authentication. Same thing with financial institutions. Another important thing, we all do it as we walk into the bar or walk into anywhere we go, we're asking for the Wi-Fi password, right? It's okay if you just check in the email, maybe, but do not do any financial transactions on untrusted Wi-Fi unless you have something called a VPN, Virtual Private Network technology. Depends on where you are. You have no idea who has control of that information. You have no idea who has access to that Wi-Fi that they can be trying to skim passwords or any sort of access that you have. So it's just massively important. Do not do any sort of transactions, financial, or do anything massively important on free public Wi-Fi. Avoid it like the plague. mentioned earlier, delete old accounts. By old accounts, what I mean? You have gone and set up some free, whether it's in newspapers, you have gone and set up some other account on a social media platform that you don't use anymore. Go and just do a little audit of yourself. What are you using? What are you not using? And if you can remember, go back through and delete every one of them. Why? If the email addresses and the login and the password that you use on that system over there, again, if that system is compromised, it is then sold on the black market in the IT space, so we'll refer to it as the dark web, and then someone has this big database now of your name and a password that you used in the past, and what happens with a lot of us, out of habit, we're using the same password to something else, then someone will buy your name and password and be able to do bad things with it if they so desire. So it's important that you go and delete old accounts that you're not using anymore. I joke around with some terminology sometimes and I call it lock shop, right? So if you're small, medium, micro business and you're operating, whether it's from home or you have a small office, when you buy that router or you get that router from one of the telephone company, one of the telco providers, you should, what I just call lock shop, tighten it down and remove all the default passwords that are on the systems, right? So where they have a firewall, where they have a Wi-Fi router, just change all the default passwords and ensure that you put in something secure. As I mentioned earlier, a little bit more complex password, 12 characters with special characters in there like asterisks, dollar signs, brackets, a number, a capital, and a common letter. And then, so you at least know that you have done what you can to protect your environment and your space. Educate yourself and your family about all of this. I had an interesting situation just recently. You know, my wife turned and said she got this weird wish, wishing you such and such, and she's like, "What is this?" And of course, my instant reaction is, "Uh-oh, is there a cybersecurity situation happening here?" Only for her to realize it was a game that was downloaded and placed on the device by one of the kids. And I smiled to myself. I say, "I'm going to put that in my presentation tomorrow because this is important." I have observed just in the last 48 hours, I've gone to different places, and one of them was I saw a lady with her son and he had the device and he was at it with some game, and I just smiled to myself. I said, "There it is." Within 12 hours, I've seen this 2 or 3 times where, in order to keep them quiet, we all know that's what happens. But if this is the device that you're going to be using, any type of digital transformation, as was spoken about by the DBJ folks, any type of online transaction, ensure that you know what's going on the device, right? Try to ensure that whatever, again, it's hard to compartmentalize with something like that, but try not to use that same device to do any of your critical financial transactions. Massively important. So those, I think, were my 12 tips. Oh, my last one, maybe the last one, backup. Lots of folks believe that, backing up is just for an office, is just for a business. But if you have all this information around any of your, again, financial institutions that you have registered and all of your information, you should back up as much of the data that you have on your devices. So whether it's your mobile device, whether it's your tablet, whether it's your laptop, you should get an external drive and back up your critical information, your critical documents on that device, even whether it's at home. Because if something happens and you've clicked on the wrong link and then there's ransomware and then all of a sudden you get this message, send X amount of money in Bitcoin or some sort of other financial means to pay for getting back some code, chances are you may not get back your information. So massively important. And for businesses, I tell them 1 backup is not a backup, right? 2 backup is not backup, right? One needs to consider backing up a minimum of 3 times. 1 local, 1 remote, and 1 in the cloud if possible. So you're sure that your information is protected. And as I said earlier, important, and for us to be saying this in 2021, we should be using legal software, because the software model now is, hey, you can buy a software and own it outright, or own that version of it, or you can buy software cloud version where you pay, whether it's per month or per year, and that software is always updated and it's always kept to the latest version. So use legal software, please. and that will help considerably to reduce your risk as it relates to any sort of online issues. And with that, I have given my 12. It used to be like 15, and I've just kind of reduced it because we are talking to a different audience, and more of the other complicated recommendations are more for small business and also for enterprise. So send online all the various questions that the team may have, and I will try to answer, and I hope I don't get any hard questions from you. All right? So, my organization, we help our customers to secure their assets within their organization and also online. So what we do is outsource. We help our customers to ensure that their assets are protected, and of course these assets I'm speaking about are data, and we do this in the form of outsourcing and taking that worry from them and deliver IT peace of mind, which is one of our values that we've been talking to a lot of our new customers about. So you don't worry about the IT part, we worry about the IT part for you. So, what's next?
Thank you so much, Christopher Record. That's Christopher Record of T-Tech Solutions. He just gave us some very useful and in instances surprising information. But his general presentation was how to protect your digital transactions. We're going to have a chat with Chris in just a moment. But before we do that, let's head over to the Mentimeter. Let's see what you've been up to. All right, so what's the first thing that comes to mind when you get an email alerting you that a relative is in trouble? You get them, no, I'm in Africa and them thief me, send money now. Yeah. All right, so you got it. It's a scam. It's a scam. Not true, no, Chris? It is a scam. So that is, right, so Chris is explaining that it's called phishing. Not F-I-S-H-I-N-G, but P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G, phishing. All right, thank you so much for joining us, Chris Record.
Thank you for having me.
Avoid public Wi-Fi. That was one of the comments that we got by one of the streams. That's hard, man.
Yes, as I said earlier, it's hard. I know it's a pain, but all I'm saying is don't be using public Wi-Fi for any critical or important financial transactions.
So what about WhatsApp? Can do that?
Well, the beauty with WhatsApp is that WhatsApp has built-in point-to-point security within itself. So in the app itself, there is encryption. So whatever you type here, once it goes over to the other side, so it is encrypted once it leaves your device, and it goes on the other side, and there's the other person. Well, the system actually keeps it encrypted, and then it's encrypted for the person who is receiving it.
Because, a lot of people transact business via WhatsApp.
Right.
So would I be correct to say that your recommendation is, as far as possible, keep public Wi-Fi to social media and WhatsApp? Because
fun stuff, yeah, that's a basic recommendation.
Okay. All right, so, Chris, give me 3 things, 1, 2, 3 things that an individual or a small business must do to protect the device that they're doing financial transactions with.
Right, so out of the 12 that I gave, the 3 that I would perhaps recommend is 1, remember that thing I mentioned about multi-factor authentication?
Yes.
So if the financial institution that they're using to transfer money from or transfer money to their bank account, ensure that you turn on multi-factor authentication to financial institution. That's number 1.
Right.
So that's not really pertaining to the device only, but whereas your phone, your tablet, your laptop, that is part of the system that any interaction with the data account or your set of accounts, you will be notified.
Right.
So that's 1. The other thing is the passwords. We have to ensure that whatever passwords we choose to put on these systems are complicated.
But 12 characters is a sentence.
Exactly. I'm very happy that you said that.
Gosh.
So, funny enough, this morning on one of the popular radio stations, I saw somebody put up something that their IT people, or however they played it, they said, I have run out of passwords.
Right.
And I smiled to myself. I said, no, call me, man. I can help you. You can't run out of passwords.
Can't run out.
Why? So you said a while ago it sounds like a sentence.
Yeah.
Yes, it is like a sentence.
A sentence.
Now, one of my colleagues in the IT industry, you know, he posited something years ago, and it's something that I tell people.
Yes.
We have a very colorful language. Use it, right? Use the language,
Right.
and put together sentences.
Yeah.
But put together a sentence that hey, you can remember. So, for example, I'm not going to use in a colorful language, right?
Yeah.
But I'm going to say, you know,
You're too fast.
or something like that, right? But guess what? No,
Yes.
you're too fast.
Yeah.
You put the U, right?
Yes.
Capital U,
Right.
Y-O-U, right?
Yes.
T-O-O, you probably put say common letter, then 00.
Yes.
And then now the F, you probably put a pound sign.
Yeah.
And then F-A, dollar sign.
All right.
Whatever it is, you create a sentence
Yes.
and you change up some of the letters.
Okay.
Right? And it's, as I say, you know, 10 to 12 characters. Try for 12. And then put in some special characters in there, but make it meaningful to you. So
Yes.
it's a favorite song,
Right.
or it's a favorite place that you go
Right.
and eat, or it's a favorite food.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, password can't run out.
Can't
right?
run out.
Right?
All right.
Right?
So of the three things you mentioned, two-factor authentication.
Right, and the
Number
second one,
two,
complex
complicated
password.
Passwords. You recommend use a sentence, but change up the characters.
Right.
And
So-
the third thing.
So the third thing I would recommend is one of the ones that I had in there is simply ensure that whatever device you're using is up to date and you keep it patched. Right.
Right.
So again, so just encompassing two or three of the recommendations. One, we're using, if it's on your laptop, don't beg a friend no copy a Word or beg a friend no. The instant you have illegal software in your machine,
right.
then that software usually has loopholes
Yes.
that there are systems out there that the bad characters use. They scan globally. They're not looking for you specifically, you know. So
Right.
people say, oh, well, nobody's not looking at me, I'm a small man. It's not you.
Not specifically.
What they're looking for is loopholes in software that they found. So you're on free Wi-Fi and you're using this thing, all of a sudden, bad things can happen if their global scanning mechanism picks up that this person has a very vulnerable version of Windows or software and all. So the last thing is ensure that the device you're using is up to date
Yes.
with all the various legal software that's at it. So that's a key. Those are the three things that if you're going to ask me to say those three, I'll put that.
All right. So most persons, especially MSMEs, they do transactions from their phone.
Yes.
Is it safe to say that we can rely on the updates that the phone providers push to the devices? So I'm an Apple user. So ever so often, Apple says, okay, iPhone 13.10 is available.
Right.
Can we rely on that for the security of the device?
So remember the number one thing that I had there on the
Yeah.
list. Number one thing is become aware.
Right.
You've made a decision to become digitally enabled, digitally financially included. You've
Yes.
made that decision.
Yes.
If you're going to do that now, it's your responsibility to understand the risk and what's possible. You
Yes.
should understand that.
Right.
So one of the things I explain to folks, you get an email from someone, or you may get an email, hey, Apple now has this such and such and such. Don't just click on the link right there. So just double check. Just go, don't click on any link that came in that email. You go to the Apple's website or you just search. Whatever the thing is telling you, does Apple have a new update such and such?
Okay.
And you'll go to the Apple website, not going through whatever link that anybody sent you, and you can verify for
Yes.
yourself. Right? And that is the same thing that you can do with almost any other situation. Your bank sends an email to you, or it appears that the bank is sending an email to you about, the system we're using is upgraded. In order to ensure that you keep access to your email, click here.
Yeah,
right?
man. Click here.
That's phishing, that is scam.
Yeah.
But if you're not sure,
Yes.
because we all have family members that believe almost every email that they get.
Yes.
They believe everything they see on WhatsApp, right? And I said, okay, if you get that email from the bank, go to the bank's website directly, find a number and call them.
Right.
Just call and verify.
Yes.
Hey, did you guys send out an update? And
Yes.
no, we didn't. Okay, done.
Right.
Right? So just, it was said by a famous president, trust but verify.
Trust but verify.
But look, in this situation,
Yes.
don't trust. Always verify.
Always.
Right?
Okay.
It's a good one. I need to
You
patent that. Don't
patent-
trust. Always verify.
Always verify. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Christopher Record of T-Tech Solutions Jamaica. He made his presentation on protecting your digital transactions. All right, that is the other way of saying cyber security. How to be careful online. Key point: minimize your use of public Wi-Fi, and if you do, just do social media, and you also can do WhatsApp. Enable two-factor authentication on your devices. Use complex passwords and ensure that you're using the legitimate versions of software. Thank you so much, Christopher
Fantastic.
Rickard. I learned today, no?
Wicked,
Yeah,
man.
Mama, so I
Trust
can't
me.
come at tech. All right.
Love.
If you're just joining us on Wealth Summit, we're discussing digital financial inclusion, and you just met Christopher Rickard of T-Tech. Thank you so much for joining us. No, nice things are coming up. Nice discussion are coming up, and so, all right. An interesting two-part discussion on understanding digital currency. So the first presentation will be done by Natalie Haynes, Deputy Governor at Bank of Jamaica. Then we have Vernon James of TFOB. But before we introduce Mrs. Haynes, Shelly-Ann, do we have a question in the Mentimeter? Right. That's okay. That's it. That's the last question. What is the first thing that comes to mind when you get an email alerting you that a relative is in trouble? Of course, it is a scam. Continue to interact with Mentimeter. The questions are there. Just click on the link in the chat. Now, it's now time for digital currency. All right, do you know what it is? Did you know that Bank of Jamaica will introduce its own version of central bank digital currency? Have you heard that? Have you heard that BOJ minted $230 million in digital currency? Have you heard that? Have you heard that there is now a pilot on the way of digital currency that will end in December? If you've not heard that, you are in the right place, right? So in Wealth Summit. As we introduce Natalie Haynes, who will make the first of those two presentations. Natalie Haynes has devoted her career to central banking and has served the Bank of Jamaica and the Jamaican people for over 30 years. Born in St. Catherine, Jamaica, Natalie was educated at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where she obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics and History with honors. She also has a Master's degree in Economics. In 2019, Natalie Haynes was appointed to the executive management of the bank as Deputy Governor, with responsibility for banking and currency operations and financial markets infrastructure divisions. She currently leads a dynamic team of over 100 staff members spanning 6 departments. Throughout her career at the bank, Natalie Haynes has spearheaded growth and innovation in the areas for which she has responsibility and has fostered the development of the local financial market. She was a critical part of the team for the implementation of JamClear real-time gross settlement system and the JamClear Central Securities Depository. So for those of us who know JamClear RTGS, that is a system that allows the banking transactions to be transferred and settled in under 1 hour or less. All right, as chairman of the bank's oversight committee for the implementation of a central bank digital currency, Natalie Haynes is leading the charge for this major fintech innovation by the bank. She also serves as chairman of Retail Payments of Jamaica and the National Payments Council and is a member of the bank's Financial Policy Committee. Throughout her career at BOJ, Mrs. Haynes has represented the bank at many international conferences and has served as a member of several international committees, including the CARICOM FinTech Working Group, the Center for Latin American and Monetary Studies, and the FinTech Data Gaps. She's also served on the Western Hemisphere Payments and Security Settlement Forum and the World Bank Expert Group on faster payments. Ladies and gentlemen, in other words, there is no other suitably qualified to introduce the Bank of Jamaica's central bank digital currency than our next presenter, Natalie Haynes.
Thank you for that introduction, Anna, and good afternoon to all the listeners and viewers on social media. So today I'm going to be demystifying and simplifying central bank digital currency. Okay, so the discussion points I'll be looking at today, what it is. What is CBDC? What are the motivating factors for Bank of Jamaica to implement CBDC? The benefits of CBDC And of course, if you have benefits, there must be some risks. Risks of CBDC, how will it work? How can you get a CBDC? And where are we now in terms of the timeline for the project? All right. So let's set the context as to why Bank of Jamaica took this initiative. All right. COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, brought drastic changes to how everyday tasks are conducted within Jamaica. Interactions and innovation have transformed greatly, and the key driver of this change has been the use of digital technologies. Now, you heard all the speakers before speaking about digitization, how to protect yourself. Well, this is just a continuation of that. Albeit accelerated due to the pandemic, this process is commonly known as digital transformation, where digital technologies are used to create or modify business procedures, culture, and customer experiences to meet the ever-changing business and market requirements. Importantly, the government of Jamaica has recognized this digital transformation, and it serves as a catalyst for their Vision 2013, which is a national roadmap for sustainable development. Financial inclusion, that's another term you have been hearing, is access by all to financial services and products. Financial inclusion, or FI for short, is a critical factor of Jamaica's digital transformation. Now, Bank of Jamaica contributes to this by acting in its role as technical secretariat of the country's national financial inclusion strategy. Through CBDC, the bank will contribute to the FI process by enabling easy to obtain, simple and secure access to financial products and services to all Jamaicans. Now, what is CBDC? Central bank digital currency is simply a digital form of money issued by a central authority. The Bank of International Settlement defines CBDC as a digital payment instrument denominated in the national unit account that is a direct liability of the central bank. In other words, the central bank is responsible for the CBDC that is issued. There are three kinds, theoretically, that you can have for CBDC. And what Bank of Jamaica is doing is looking at a mix or a hybrid of two of these. Now you have the wholesale, where the central bank would issue currency directly to commercial banks only, and then those commercial banks distribute and transact through their treasury operations. That's the wholesale. Retail, central bank again issues currencies to commercial banks and also directly to retail customers. And then now an e-wallet system is used for transactions. You have cross-border CBDC, where the issuing authority does it through the commercial banks, and such currency can be used to facilitate cross-border transactions. And by cross-border, we mean outside the scope of Jamaica. Our approach, as I said before, we are using a hybrid approach. So Bank of Jamaica will not be issuing CBDC directly to retail customers. What will we do? We're going to be issuing it directly to licensed deposit-taking institutions who are under the Banking Services Act, and these are commercial banks, building societies, and merchant banks. But in addition, so as to foster the financial inclusion, we will also issue to a group called payment service providers that are currently operating and testing payment products in the bank's fintech regulatory sandbox. Now, for further information on the sandbox, you can visit Bank of Jamaica's website. So BOJ issues to the payment service providers and deposit-taking institutions, who in turn now will distribute CBDC to their customers, their clients, the merchants, the consumers, through either an e-money wallet, card networks, or some other means of mobile device for the customers now to transact. All right. So CBDC, digital form, issued by the central bank, hence the name central bank digital currency. And therefore, with amendments to Bank of Jamaica Act, will become legal tender. And what do we mean by legal tender? Legal tender means that all merchants, whether for goods or services, will confidently accept CBDC and know that they will get value for the good or the service that they provided. Now, this is a little catchphrase here, cryptocurrency. CBDC is not a cryptocurrency. A cryptocurrency is privately issued, and it's not backed by a central authority. So you have some of them out there, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple. CBDC is backed by the issuing central bank, in this case Bank of Jamaica, issued to wallet providers, and wallet providers is the collective name for the deposit-taking institution and the payment service providers that I mentioned earlier, on a wholesale basis, just as we do with physical cash. When a bank wants physical cash, they place an order with Bank of Jamaica, and then they send their cash-in-transit courier to Bank of Jamaica to collect the cash. In this case, they will still place their orders with Bank of Jamaica, and we will issue them with the digital currency. CBDC serves as an addition to the current pool of retail payment instruments in Jamaica, such as you have your debit cards, you have your credit cards, you have prepaid cards offered by the payment service providers. People go and do online transactions, all for payments of goods and services. CBDC is going to be a complement to that. It is not a deposit. So think of it basically as cash that you have in your wallet. In this case, you're going to have a digital purse or a digital wallet. It is not e-money, which is a liability of e-money issuers. No. And of course, because it is very much like cash, it does not earn interest. CBDC in Jamaica is going to be only for domestic use and will not be used for cross-border transaction. It is not intended to replace cash in the short to medium term, and it's going to be a complement to cash, and of course it's exchanged on a one-to-one basis. That is, $1 of cash is equivalent to $1 of CBDC, because it's really is currency issued by the central bank. All right, so a little more in cryptocurrency, just to demystify this whole thing. Cryptocurrency operates on a decentralized network. As I said, it's not issued by a central authority, central bank, or a monetary authority. In most countries, it is not legal tender, and therefore, when you go to a merchant and use any cryptocurrency, the merchant is well within his or her right to say, I am not accepting cryptocurrency. Anyone can create a cryptocurrency with a name of their choice, and it is mainly used as a digital asset for trading and investment. All right, so what are some of the motivating factors for Bank of Jamaica in terms of going the route of CBDC? The most important one, as we said, is to facilitate financial inclusion. And I say, where access for each and every citizen of Jamaica to have a quick, safe, and reliable digital retail payment instrument. In addition, other points of concern for Bank of Jamaica was to increase efficiencies for commercial banks as it relates to the high costs for handling cash and courier costs for distribution. Cash is very costly. You have to ensure that the cash is secure. You have to ensure for the distribution across your branch network. That costs money. Also, it's a greater efficiency in the currency management processes of Bank of Jamaica. When Bank of Jamaica gets cash in its vault, and that cash is to be issued to banks for use by the public. We have really like a 9-month to 1 year lead time that we need to have to actually forecast how much cash we're going to be needing, forecast which denominations. You have the coins, as well as for the banknotes, you have the 50, the 100, the 500, the 1,000, and the 5,000. We have to precisely forecast the demand for each denomination so that we can actually meet the demand of the public. So for example, cash that the public is going to need in 2022, that process has begun some time ago in terms of doing that and placing the order, which is a mint overseas, more than likely somewhere in Europe or the UK, to actually print the cash, and then it has to be shipped. So you see, that takes a lot of time. For CBDC, actually, if we get the order today, the minting process, as Anna mentioned, we minted 230 million. That takes less than 20 minutes. So, and we don't have to be worrying about denominations because it's digital. So you order 2 million in CBDC, you'll get 2 million in CBDC. All right? In addition, the interoperability between existing electronic retail payment systems. And what do I mean by this? You may have a electronic retail payment system from Bank A, and someone else has from Bank B, and another one from Bank C. And you all want to do transactions among each other, but the systems are not speaking to each other. What CBDC will do is ensure that for each deposit-taking entity or payment service provider that issues a wallet, that wallet will be interoperable across all DTIs and payment service providers. So all that problems where you have high fees if you have a card, a Bank A card, and you go to an ATM for Bank B, and the fees hit you in terms of using it to either withdraw cash. All right? So we were looking for what we call interoperability between the existing systems. Benefits. So I spoke about financial inclusion already, and we are targeting mass recruitment of persons to come into the formal financial system. And why would we want that? A lot of persons in Jamaica are underbanked, or what we call underbanked, meaning they do have accounts, but the usage of accounts not great. And therefore, we want to bring all of Jamaica into a formal financial system. And how does that benefit them? First of all, it will benefit them because they can access any type of financial service or product. For example, you have a CBDC wallet with Bank A, and then now, after a couple months of operating that, you are in a position, your bank knows you, to say, hey, I need a loan for my medium to small or micro business. So it gets you into the formal system. If your bank doesn't know you and doesn't know you exist, then it's going to be very difficult to obtain those facilities. All right. It's more efficient than cash. Well, safer, for example. Instantaneous, even for remote transaction, meaning you don't have to be in front of the person. For cash, you have to be in front of the person to exchange the cash. So we can do what we call P2P, which is person to person to business, and it goes both ways, business to person. And of course, that G there is for the government. Government does a lot of payments as well as receive money via tax revenue and non-tax revenues. So government to persons, persons to government, government to business. So it creates that whole ecosystem for easy payments, and it can be done remotely. Of course, to use CBDC, once you're using a mobile device, which is going to be the simplest form to transmit, there is no cost to the consumer. Safety, again, compared to physical cash, you have physical cash in your wallet, in your pocket. Somebody can hold you up, somebody can pick your pocket. No. For CBDC, even if you lose your device, the money can still be accessed, given, of course, you making a timely report to your wallet provider that you have lost your device. And they can actually shut it down until you have sorted that out. So nobody can access your money. What are the risks? Some of the risks that we see, and of course we have ways to mitigate, because it doesn't make sense to have risks and you don't mitigate these risks. All right, so AML CFT risk. Now Jamaica operates within the whole requirements for the Financial Action Task Force and the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force in terms of meeting AML CFT requirements. All right, so all the institutions that we have selected as wallet providers are either regulated or authorized by BOJ. And therefore, BOJ is the competent authority for these entities under the Proceeds of Crime Act, which is a major piece of legislation for AML CFT for these entities. All these institutions already have a sound and effective risk-based AML CFT framework in place. And therefore, we are confident that this will apply to CBDC. Of course, we see CBDC as a low-risk product based on the nature of the transactions and, of course, for the majority of Jamaicans, the size of the transactions. But I'll get to that later. Data privacy. As with any electronic system, data privacy is paramount to us. And of course, the CBD solution supports the protection of personal identity through built-in solutions such as encryption techniques, digital signatures, and multi-factor authentication mechanisms, so that the system that is inbuilt into the system. There's another thing for us economists and, of course, the central bank in terms of its mandate, monetary policy, to ensure that inflation is within its targeted range, called financial disintermediation. The bank's design of the system implicitly mitigates financial disintermediation. And by financial disintermediation, what we mean is that the financial entities are bypassed. Now remember, I said we are not going to be bypassing the financial entities for CBDC. We are going to issue it to these wallet providers, these FIs, who in turn will distribute it to the retail market. So that whole network of money is passing through the banks to individuals, just as how we do for cash. That will still be maintained. And of course, the prudential and liquidity treatment of CBDC will be just like it is with cash now. Cybersecurity. The CBD solution has high levels of administrative, physical, and logical controls and allows for the role-based user management in the minting and test and issuing processes by Bank of Jamaica. Another risk we see is a slow take-up. People in Jamaica are very, wary of new products. This is automated. Yes, you're going to be watching me. Yes, the government and BOJ are going to watch every transaction. But the communication is key, right? So what we try to do is to, first of all, on two levels, which is what we're doing now, the knowledge base. The central bank is a knowledge-based institution. So informing the public what it is and how it affects them. And then we are going on to a mass now media campaign through radio, television, and other social media. We have a survey that is coming out soon, where we are targeting certain persons in the middle to lower income group in terms of their knowledge of CBDC, their expectations, and of course their acceptance. And of course, we had a name, tagline, logo design competition, which that is complete, and so we are finalizing now the registered trademark issues before making those names public. All right, so the communication is key. Again, knowledge is power in terms of getting the persons. All right, so how is it going to work? So as I said, BOJ will be issuing it only for use in Jamaica. So if you use your CBDC and go online to shop on Amazon, what your bank is going to do is they're basically selling you foreign currency. They are going to give you the exchange rate for that transaction, and your money will be debited like that. But that is not the intention for it. And I mean, most persons will not have large sums on their CBDC wallet because, remember, it does not pay interest. So the customers will need to have a wallet which is going to be different from their regular bank account. And of course, it's going to be much easier and simpler to obtain with streamlined and simplified Know Your Customer, KYC for short, requirements. Our wallet providers, as I say, will distribute it to the retail market. So you already have a relationship with a bank, you have a bank account there. You will be able, if you wish, to automatically get your CBDC account. You just need to indicate so to your bank. All right, for those who are now unbanked or don't have an account and say they want a CBDC account with Bank A but a bank with Bank B, no problem. You just, when that time comes, the bank will indicate and you will just request that you want a CBDC, and of course they will onboard you as an unbanked customers. Right. You'll be able to transfer and convert your funds seamlessly between your regular bank account and your CBDC wallet, and between cash and your CBDC wallet, right? You'll be able to carry out your transactions anywhere, anytime. You'll be able to access, download, and deploy a mobile wallet app on any mobile phone, tablet, or similar device, of course, using the networks of either of the two major telecom service providers. You'll be able to top up your CBDC account through authorized agents or smart ABMs. And of course, you're doing business with a merchant using phone-to-phone transactions. So this is what I know a picture is worth 1,000 words. So this is what the process flow looks like. So Bank of Jamaica, via a hardware that we call currency plate, where each wallet provider will get a currency plate, and we issue currency to them on that currency plate, and it is housed on that currency plate. The wallet providers now will develop their wallets to onboard and distribute to their customers. And then their customers now will be able to transact business among each other, with merchants, and of course, with the government. And that wallet that the wallet provider will give will have some support, onboarding support, through either of the two telecom providers. So how you get the CBDC now? I know Anna likes to know this. Anna, you simply contact the wallet provider of your choice, right? If you do not have a bank account, all you are going to need in setting up your CBDC account is your name, your address, your TRN, and a valid government-issued ID. So you have either the driver's license, passport, or the voter ID. Of course, happy news that needs this pass, so when that comes on board, the process will be even much easier. When we fully launch CBDC next year, all Jamaicans will be eligible for a wallet, subject, of course, to the KYC requirements I mentioned before. And of course, each wallet provider will do a risk assessment of the customer to determine maybe transaction levels or size of the CBDC wallet. Bank of Jamaica is not imposing any restrictions or limits. However, it will within the wallet provider's purview to do this. Alrighty. And where and when can it be used? All right. So we're going to have in the pilot some small merchants, right? Maybe a vendor, coconut vendor, pan chicken man, sky juice, small garage operator, hairdressers. I mean, it's endless. And you're going to hear after me, my good colleague will tell you maybe some of the merchants not by name yet, but the type of merchants that they are going to have in the pilot. Because NCB is now the only entity in the pilot, and this is because NCB, I'd like to say, first past the post. They are the ones. It was open to all, about 14 eligible entities, but NCB is the first. So you'll hear from them later. Of course, subsequent to the pilot, next year, we expect to roll out now government payments and receipts, such as welfare payments by the government, you paying your taxes to the government, and more importantly, your toll that you pay either when you're driving on the east-west, Portmore highways, or the north-south highway. All right? Very convenient. So, what have we done to date? So as I said before, NCB is the only DTI in the pilot at this time, and we expect the other wallet providers to enter soon. NCB and BOJ have designed and developed respective wallets. I should say here BOJ is designing a wallet for use by its staff. Remember, BOJ is not a commercial bank, so we will not provide directly to other customers. We'll just give a wallet to our staff members. Simulation testing is being facilitated with the pilot participants to test connectivity with the currency plates and to test transactions. And of course, Anna mentioned that in August, 9th of August to be exact, we minted 230 million in CBDC, which is going to be issued between now and year-end to wallet providers. Of course, 1 million has already been issued to the BOJ banking department for its wallet to staff. Later this month, we expect to issue to NCB, and we await their advice on the amount that they need. So that was the ceremony you see there for the minting ceremony, where our minister and our governor and our senior deputy governor at BOJ were present. All right. So this is a timeline here, and just basically saying where we had started back in July. We're actually in October now, so the legislation is being drafted by the Office of the Parliamentary Council, OPC, and that is expected to be completed very soon. In November, we are going to be testing not only BOJ but NCB, the P2P, as I said, P2 business, cash in and cash out testing. And in December, we will be assessing the results of the use cases for dissemination to the stakeholders and continue onboarding additional wallet providers. On December 31st, the announcement of the pilot completion, and we are looking for national rollout in the first quarter of 2022. And I thank you for your indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, that very comprehensive presentation by Natalie Haynes, Deputy Governor at Bank of Jamaica, actually left no rooms for question. But you know me, we find three, you know. We find three as the lady in red joins us on set. But before we get to Mrs. Haynes, are there any questions in the chat for me to ask her? Do you have any? All right. Is there a question you could have found after that treasure trove of information? If you do, please put it in the chat, and my social media coordinator will just pass it on to me. Remember, there is a link also. Click on that link and you interact with the Mentimeter. You'll see the question there, and I'll read your responses while we have a chat with Natalie Haynes, Deputy Governor at BOJ. We know her a long time, long time. Know her a long time. Nice lady. Yeah. Mrs. Haynes, welcome to Wealth Summit.
Thank you, Anna. We meet again.
We meet again.
And I see you're also channeling red.
I must say, me know.
As a plug to say,
No, we're not doing it here. Remember, I say yellow my color, you know. No, but now we can get to it. Oh, okay, great. They're watching. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. So BOJ are going with big things.
Yes, ma'am.
big
All the
things,
time.
big
Never
things.
a dull moment at the central bank.
Central bank digital currency. Viewers, you might be interested to know that BOJ is perhaps among 3 central banks in the world, second to the Central Bank of China and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, to have launched or even piloted a digital currency. So mere things are going on in Jamaica. Mrs. Haynes, from your presentation, we got a lot of information.
Sure.
Right? We understood the difference between central bank digital currency and cryptocurrency. Viewers, it is not cryptocurrency, it's central bank digital currency. All right, we also learned that one of the advantages of using CBDC is the instantaneousness of getting the money. And that we like.
Real
And that we
time.
like.
Yes.
Yeah, man, that we like.
Yes.
But can you explain for us? Because most persons would have been already familiar with the ACH and the RTGS, right? How does the money work from wallet to wallet? Is it that I enter your wallet number,
Right.
or do I tap it on my phone?
Right, right. So somebody can send, and remember, I use it to do remote transactions.
Right.
So before I go,
Yes.
let me just do a correction, Anna.
Yes.
Central Bank of Bahamas,
Yes.
they have also
They're
launched,
they're
yes,
on board.
That's the
All
sand
right.
dollar.
All right, great. All
Yes.
right, great. All right,
Sand dollar.
yes.
Right. All right, so we don't have to be in front of each other for me. So there's no tapping.
Yes.
I can send you a picture of my QR
QR
code
code,
for my
right.
wallet. You
Yes.
pick it up and you just scan and send me the money.
Okay.
So you can sit in your living room and I'm in my living room and you owe me money, Anna. Right? And you can pay me.
Me don't like you
don't
owe
need,
me.
You don't need to tell me, Anna, that when I see you next week, you'll get the money.
Yeah,
No.
that not gonna
I
go
want
on.
the money now.
That not go on. No excuse.
Not to say, I mean, for online transactions,
Yes.
that can be done, but guess what? When you use the ACH, for example, long weekend gone, and you send money to me, you sent the money like Saturday evening, I would not see it in my account
Till
until
about Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right. Okay?
Right.
So, but for CBDC, it's instantaneous. I say, oh, Anna has paid me.
Yes.
So I can,
The
do
same
what
Saturday
I need to
evening.
do. Yes.
Okay, great.
So it operates like cash,
Yes.
but you don't have to be in front of the person anymore.
To give them
Right.
So there you have it, viewers. That is one of the I think that is the most significant benefit of using CBDC when it is rolled out. Don't be afraid of it, embrace it.
Yes.
So you also explained that it cannot be used internationally. It's
Right.
only legal tender in Jamaica.
Yes.
But all right, so explain for some persons who might have this question. We get a Visa debit card from some banks that
Right.
we can use as a credit card, right?
It's not really a credit card, it's on your account, a
It's
debit card.
on the
You
debit.
have money in the account.
Right,
For a credit card, the bank is giving you credit for a period.
right,
And if you don't pay the money within a certain time, interest is going to hit you.
right. So that is a clarification, but it offers the user the flexibility
Precisely,
of using it
on their account.
to pay
Right.
for things online. So similarly, can we use the wallet to pay for things online?
Yes, I said that.
Right.
But what your bank is going to do,
Yes.
right? So your account that you have a debit card is a Jamaica dollar account,
Yeah,
right?
man.
Okay. CBDC is also in Jamaica dollars.
Right.
Right? Your bank, if you are a customer that is technically savvy and so, you can say to your bank, in addition to getting a mobile app,
Yeah.
I need a card that is connected to my CBDC wallet,
I see.
right?
Right.
And then and that card, of course, will be backed by Visa or MasterCard.
I see.
Depends on which one your bank uses.
Right.
And then you can go online, do your transactions in foreign currency.
Yes.
But as I said, know this, Bank A is going to convert it.
Yeah, man.
So you, Anna, on the shoes, you spend about maybe 200 US.
Yeah.
Your bank will
That's gonna lick me hot.
Your bank will convert it at the
Yes.
exchange rate,
Yes.
their exchange rate,
Yes.
and debit your J dollar account by
Right.
that amount.
Okay. So that is one of the clarifications. You can ask for a debit card.
It depends on how innovative your bank
provide,
is, yes, and
right.
what they are planning to roll out.
Okay.
But we are just targeting, remember I said financial inclusion, those who are unbanked.
Yes.
So my first step is for each person. Every person in Jamaica has on average maybe 1 to 2 phones. Right. So we are targeting for financial inclusion for these persons to use their phone as a device for payments.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you did say in your presentation that NCB has been the first, and I suspect the only commercial bank so far to have come forward as a wallet provider.
Yes.
All right. And there others would come on stream before the end of the pilot period.
I am hoping that they come
Yeah,
on
man,
stream.
my
I'm
hopes
working
of-
with them.
my
I'm
hopes
working
of-
with them.
Right, before December.
Yes.
And you did say that in the pilot, you're going to pilot or demonstrate the use of government-to-person payments.
No, government is not going to be in the pilot.
Not in the
we
pilot?
consider those as large merchants.
Right.
And the technology needed to facilitate government payments.
Yes.
For example, if I'm doing a person-to-person, you know based on my wallet number, that is Natalie Padium.
Yeah.
When the government gets payment in its wallet, it needs to know that Anna Smith has paid.
Yes.
And Anna Smith is paying for driver's license or she's
Okay.
paying her property tax. So those
Okay.
details gonna take a little time
to
to
sort
work
out.
out. So in the pilot,
Yeah.
they are going to be testing small merchants, right? The hairdressers, the food and beverage persons, and so.
So is it that anybody who has an account at NCB can sign up for the pilot? Anybody?
I would think so, but when your next presenter comes,
Yes, I'm going to ask
you
him.
are going to tackle him
Yes,
on that.
right.
Right, Vernon?
Yes.
Yes, you're going to tackle him on
Yes,
that.
right.
My good friend Vernon, yes.
He's going to answer those questions.
Yes, he will.
Right. So I have 2 more questions for you. One is, I don't know if it's for you or for Vernon, but I'll ask you, how will BOJ get people to use CBDC?
All right, so
Yeah.
the first thing is that they're gonna be comfortable. They know it's legal tenants
Yes.
backed by the central bank.
Right.
So you will get your money for your goods and services, and
Yes.
your money is safe and secure.
Right.
Even though it's digital. I've explained all of that. So it's just the communication and to let the people feel comfortable. That's why we want to have a successful pilot.
Yeah.
To say, hey, we had 25 merchants who took it and they can speak wonderfully about how it works, the
Right.
instantaneous payments. We have the consumers who will say, you know, I'm driving and I need to get some chicken, and when I look, I don't have any cash in my thing.
Yes.
I can use my CBDC wallet.
Okay.
So the thing is to ensure that not only consumers but merchants, because if you have a CBDC wallet and you cannot spend it, then it makes absolutely no sense.
Right, which leads to my next question.
Yes.
Is there a way to make it automatic? I don't know if this is the purview of the BOJ or another agency, but is it a way to make it automatic that as a business, when you register, you must be able to accept CBDC, just to ensure that
I don't know how legal that would be, Anna.
Right.
I'd have to revert to
Right.
my lawyers on that. I
Okay.
don't think that would be legal.
Right.
Because remember, you know, all
Yeah.
forms of payment, cash is still legal tender.
Yes.
We are not getting rid of cash. It is still legal tender.
Right.
So free will, but we are trying to encourage persons.
To
and
use.
especially, as I said, for those who are not yet into the formal financial system, coming in through CBDC is a very easy way to come into this, rather than opening a regular bank account where you
Yes.
may have more documents to complete. It's an easy way to get into the formal financial system, and there are other benefits by being in the formal financial system. You need a loan, you need a small business loan, you need a loan to renovate your house, you know, anything.
Right. Okay.
You are already in the system.
All right. If you're just joining us for Wealth Summit, we're speaking with Natalie Haynes, Deputy Governor for Banking and Currency Operations and Financial Markets Infrastructure at Bank of Jamaica. She just did a presentation introducing Bank of Jamaica's central bank digital currency. Do we have any responses in the chat, Shelley Ann? Are they responding in the Mentimeter? Yes, they are. All right. So what is the first thing that comes to mind when you hear digital currency? And the most prominent response is that it is complex.
Right.
Yes.
So I was hoping that I would have demystified and simplified it.
I was hoping so too.
Yes, but clearly I was not successful.
Or perhaps it's just the application. I guess once the communication starts to roll out, it would be a little bit more simple. But what else would you say to
those persons,
to viewers listening?
So as I say, it's easy to get. Just contact your wallet provider. And we are saying to you now publicly, NCB is the wallet provider that is in the pilot.
Okay, right.
If you don't have an NCB account already, then you will have to wait until the first quarter to go to NCB to open an account.
Yes.
Or a CBDC wallet. And as I say, all you need is, everyone knows their name, they know their date of birth. Everyone should have a TRN, that's how you do business.
Yes.
And of course, a government ID valid. The driver's license, passport, the voter ID. One of those two. People need to identify themselves.
Okay.
Right? That's all you need. You don't need any other information to get
a CBDC wallet.
So you go to NCB or any other bank that would have come in by then and apply for it. They more than likely, the simplest thing for you is the app.
Yes.
So we use app every day on our phones, right? The app on your phone, and you are going to get your own personal identification number and those whatever security features that your bank will give you to go with the CBDC, because we have to protect you.
Right.
And then you'll be able to use it with someone else that has CBDC.
All right. All right.
I think it
it's that simple. It's that simple. As we close out our discussion, Mrs. Haynes, from the perspective of the Bank of Jamaica, why is digital financial inclusion important?
Well, I think I touched on it, right? So financial inclusion itself, whether it be digital or not, is important, because in terms of the measurement of the country's success and contribution to growth, you would need to have all your citizens within having access to financial services and products, right? So that's the first thing. And of course, because we're doing the digital transformation in Jamaica, that is a big push by the government, the two go together. So it's not really digital financial inclusion, but just financial inclusion, having access for all to financial services and products, and then you are going to do it in a digital way to make it more efficient.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Natalie Haynes, Deputy Governor at Bank of Jamaica, making her presentation on the why behind central bank digital currency. Thank you so much, Mrs. Haynes, for joining us.
My pleasure, as usual, Anna. Good to see you.
Great.
Again.
All right. So from the why of understanding central bank digital currency, we now go to understanding digital currency in a real life. How it's going to work. And to tell us how will it work is Vernon James. He is the CEO of TFOB 2021 Limited, a subsidiary of NCB. Allow me to introduce Vernon. So Vernon James leads the fully digital startup TFOB, which is the Future of Business 2021 Limited. The operation manages the first digital services, financial services product, Link, offered by NCB. James will tap into his vast and strong innovative leadership garnered over the years, over decades in banking and insurance industries, to ensure that the NCB's rollout of digital services is successful. He holds a Master of Science degree in Financial Mathematics from Warwick University in England and a bachelor's degree in Mathematics from the University of the West Indies. He acquired his expertise in portfolio management and development at NCB Insurance Company, which he led for 8 years. Prior to joining NCB Group in 2008, he managed investments and securities trading at Scotia Investments Jamaica Limited. He serves as a director on the NCB Foundation and Future Energy Source Company Board. But to tell us how central bank digital currency will work in a real life is Vernon James of NCB, the first commercial bank in Jamaica to participate in the pilot of BOJ's rollout of its central bank digital currency. Ladies and gentlemen, Vernon James.
Thank you. And welcome, attendees of the Wealth Summit. So today I'm going to introduce you to our new product, which is Link, and how Link and the CBDC will help to make your lives a lot easier. So our mission at Link, and it really follows what Natalie was just saying, is to empower the Caribbean people. That's really what financial inclusion is. It's empowering the people of the Caribbean to pursue their dreams by using technology to revolutionize finance. We want to make the engagement of finance and the use of financial products easier for the Caribbean people through digital means. So, we have some exciting things coming for Link. We're very, very excited to bring the product to you. Link is be everywhere. You'll be able to use it. It's easy to use. You'll be able to use it in all the ways that you use money now, except you don't need to go to get it. You don't have to go and get cash. You can just use it. It's contactless, no contact, your phone mostly. And we want you to link with us. So coming soon, you will see our entry into the market. So stay tuned. Now, what makes us unique? We built Link on 3 pillars. Safety and security. Let me start with that because our central bank is here. Link is as safe as any other electronic platform, but in particular, the very best. So what you would expect from an NCB platform in terms of safety and security, you can also expect from Link. We built the platform to be simple, easy to use. I'm going to go a little further. It's going to be a joy for you to use. We want you to enjoy the process of doing your transfers and making your payments. So we've invested a lot in the journey so that you should enjoy that process. We think by doing so, we're making that process easier for you. And of course, we want everyone to have access, and we want you to be able to use it everywhere. That's the key to, I think, bringing that ease of use to everyone. It's easy to onboard. It's a digital onboarding process. You don't need a bank account. It will take you 5 minutes to onboard and create an account with Link. It's going to be user-friendly. As I said, we invested a lot into it. And then it's going to be universal. You can use it everywhere. We use QR codes primarily, so you'll be able to make your transfers and pay instantly using your QR code. It's as easy as sending a text message. That's what we've built, and we're proud of it, and we're proud to bring it to you. No need for cash. No need to join lines. Just transfer electronically. And that is the future of business. All right, so how will Link allow you to utilize your CBDC? As Natalie has said, we are the first wallet that will be allowing its users to utilize the CBDC. So imagine now you open a Link account in that 5-minute onboarding. You will be able to send and receive CBDC to and from anybody with a phone. When there are other wallet providers from some other banking institutions, you'll be able to do that across banks also quickly and easily, which is a big benefit. Transferring money between banks currently does take some time, but CBDC will allow that sort of transfer to happen seamlessly, easy, and instantaneously, which goes into our next point, fast domestic transfers. Things happen fast. So you will be able to use and send your CBDC to family and friends simpler, faster, most efficient. It says more efficient, but I'm going to say most efficient. And that lends itself to, again, the product being easy to use. Security. Natalie spoke to the security of the CBDC, and that lends itself also and is enhanced by the security of our product. Link is a secure electronic platform. As I said, as secure as the electronic platforms within NCB, and we're proud of that. So you can spend and use your CBDC currency as easily and as trouble-free and as confidently as you would your cash. One of the benefits, I think, of the CBDC, and Natalie would have alluded to it, is we intend to go and to partner with the merchants across Jamaica so that CBDC is accepted everywhere. So regardless of which merchants, you should be able to go and use your CBDC. Now that's a big benefit, because instead of using cash, no cards, no cash, you can transfer your CBDC payments through the CBDC to these merchants seamlessly, effortlessly, no cash required, no cards. And that's the aim of the digital payment, to free you of the usual forms of the transfer of value, cash and cards. You'll be able to go from CBDC to cash easily at any of our ABMs, and from cash to CBDC easily through that process. So if you do need cash, and again, remember, we're trying to move away from the need for cash by allowing you to do everything you need electronically. That's what we're trying to do. But if you do need cash, you can easily cash in and out at any one of our ABMs. And Link will grant hassle-free, convenient access to receiving your CBDC payments, such as path payments. Now, that might be a process, working with the government on that. But the idea is that, as I said, we're trying to move away from cash. Cash is inconvenient. You have to go and get it. And if we can take you from having to go to an institution to get cash, to receiving your cash, and then starting to use it for whatever business you want to do immediately, then we would have removed many points of your journey. And that is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make the access and use of financial services easier for you. And that's the aim. That is the future, as I indicated before, of business. The world is moving in that direction. And we don't want any Jamaican to be left behind in that journey. Why should we? No reason. We're investing in the technology to allow that to be a reality. So, that's Link, and that's how Link will allow you to use your CBDC. The CBDC will be a currency within Link, and you will be able to utilize the CBDC for any of the services that Link offers, including payments, cash in and cash out through ABM, and transfers. Immediate transfers to friends, family. Anybody that you want to transfer your money to, you'll be able to do so. So that's how we anticipate that we will interact with the CBDC and bring that value to you, our customers. Whoa. Short presentation. Link. We bring people together, whoever you are, wherever you are. We got your back. And we are going to invite you all to link up when we do have our launch in a few weeks, give or take. So stay tuned and look forward to something exciting coming your way. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Vernon James of TFOB 2021 Limited, a subsidiary of NCB. So Vernon and Natalie will join us on set to answer your questions on CBDC and, of course, the implementation of CBDC at the commercial bank level. All right, if there are any questions, please put them in the chat. The experts are here to answer your questions. You have an opportune time to get those questions answered. All right, thank you for joining us again. Thank you so much for joining us, Mrs. Haynes, Vernon. Thank you. Your presentation did well chat through. Yeah, man. Link up. Link up. All right. So we have two questions from our viewers. All right. The first one is for Natalie.
Oh, good. The hard question.
Yeah, man. It's hard, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. For you.
Let me hear.
Yeah, man. It's hard. So this is from Nick Abbott. He asks, will all CBDC accounts require the same level of KYC? And he continues by saying, I believe that the Bahamian Sand Dollar has a basic account that requires no KYC. In my humble opinion, any KYC limits financial inclusion. And Mick dropped the mic.
All right. So there are about three parts to that question.
Right. Yes.
So first of all, Nick, you believe wrong.
Yes.
For the sand dollar.
Right.
You must have some basic minimum requirement. For
Right.
example, your name. You will have an account that don't have a name. It is going to be what? Duppy account? No. It's going to be in somebody's name.
Right. Okay.
And of course, your bank, who you get in the account with,
yes,
need to know where to find you.
Right.
And that you are a registered person in the country. That's why we have a needs,
Yes.
to have that national identification of persons, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to make it easier. All you would do is just pop out your needs card.
ID, right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, for the other part of the question now, to standardize it, the bank, Vernon,
Yes.
well, not Vernon necessarily, but the other part of
Right.
NCB
Yes.
will actually do the assessment. Because, Anna,
Yeah.
you go and you want a CBDC wallet and you say, I don't need to have a size of a wallet more than, say, $20,000.
Right. Mm-hmm.
While Natalie wants a CBDC wallet of maybe $1 million.
Different risk.
Clearly, they're going to need to do more assessment of Natalie.
Yes.
Because Natalie becomes a riskier person.
Right.
So for the average Jamaican who we want to be financially included, I am saying that the minimum requirement, which is the name, TRN, the government issued ID, and your address where you live, you must live somewhere. That is
Right.
all that will be required. And I think that's simply enough.
Okay. So your response would be that it does not limit financial inclusion.
No, it
only
does not. It does
further-
not.
It
It
furthers,
enhances
yes,
financial
inclusion. All right, Nick. Nick also has a
Nick is very busy.
Yeah, man. He's very active and he's very involved. He has a follow-up question. How can children get a CBDC wallet if they don't have a passport? I don't know if that's for you or if that's for Vernon.
All right, so I don't know. No, as legal persons, if children,
Yes.
and by children we mean minors under the age of 18,
Yes.
I don't know if they can have an account on their own. It will have to be with an parent or an adult.
Okay. All right, so that is that question.
I don't think they're legal persons in terms of conducting
business.
Right.
Okay, great. All right, this is you again, Natalie. Yeah, man.
None for Vernon?
Right, not yet. Send in
All
more
right.
questions, guys. They are here and they're available. So this is from Andrea Cole, if I'm reading, or Andre Cole, if I'm reading the handwriting correctly. What is the exact information security framework that CBD's physical and logical controls are based upon? I don't know if that should be logical or logical.
Yes, that's a very technical question. I should have brought my technical team
right
to
here.
tell you what it is.
Right.
But I know that the provider of the CBDC system,
Yes.
e-currency,
Yes.
say they use something called a DS cube.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So it's digital symmetric currency cryptography.
Right.
That system.
What?
No,
Yes.
I am not a techie.
Right.
Right? You notice I named deputy governor. No, them don't pay me for
Not deputy technology.
Not deputy technology. Not chief information officer. Not IT officer.
Right,
no.
right.
So we are assured, I can't tell you right now, and I don't think eCurrency would want me to put on parade what their system is.
Yes.
But know that the movement, the issue of currency from BOJ to NCB or any other wallet provider is secure through that system. And we are going to be assured that the system now that Vernon will use to distribute to his customers will also be secure. And I don't think Vernon can even answer that. He'd probably need Ramon. He'll need Ramon here. He'll need Ramon here.
Answer that. Yes. Okay. All right, Andre Cole. As far as we can answer, the providers of the digital currency, e-currency, have quite a sophisticated infrastructure in place.
3 layers of protection.
3 layers of protection to deploy and mint
and
digital currency.
Guess what? Our track record is good.
Yes.
Remember, from as far back as 2009, we implemented the JamClear RTGS.
Yes.
And JamClear CSD.
Yes.
To date, no one has hacked in or there has been any infiltration of those systems.
What, ladies and gentlemen, give the BOJ a round of applause.
We have a good track record.
A round of applause for BOJ. All right. These sets of questions are for you.
All right.
From Vernon.
No, I think you have your mic on. So you
I do.
Okay. Yes. All right. So the first question is from Roy Burchinson of First Global.
Rory.
All right. Will Link facilitate cross-border transfers and remittances?
Eventually, yes.
Yeah.
As Natalie is saying, though, probably not using the CBDC. The CBDC is just one of the methods of payment. We also have our own, digital currency, really, not currency.
You can push your currency.
Electronic payments. So
yes.
You eventually will be able to do cross-border transactions. It is on our roadmap. I can't tell you exactly when, but we intend to allow that that service, I would think, within the next calendar year.
Okay, so even just from my understanding, cross-border transactions includes I go to foreign for everybody is America. I go there, I put in my NCB Visa debit card, I withdraw, I want 100 US. I put in my debit card into any ATM in foreign, and I get 100 US, but it debits my NCB account. That is an example of cross-border. That's what.
Well, yes, you can do that.
Or use it in a store.
Or you can use it in a store. That is what that encompasses cross-border.
Yeah, but that's already in existence.
Right.
We have Visa debit and so on, where you can use and go into a store in the States and pay with your Visa debit card. As she said, though, there's a conversion. It's a Jamaican dollar, but it takes out the Jamaican dollars and converts it, and you're able to use it. So that's available now. Link is a digital currency. So not digital currency, a digital wallet.
Yes.
So the idea is you'll be able to go into, one of the companies here and being able to send a remittance as you would normally, but the end point of that remittance is the wallet. So normally here, you can go and somebody sends a remittance and you have to go into one of the remittance companies and you get your cash out.
Yes.
We are in discussions with some of these companies so that the cash out is actually to your wallet.
Okay.
So instead of getting the cash and having to go there, somebody can send money from the States, for example, and it goes directly to your wallet here.
Through the remittance company.
Through the remittance company.
May I add?
Right.
All right.
So we're not the remittance company. We have no intentions to be. But we are looking to partner with remittance companies so that the end point of that transaction is your wallet.
All right, so it works just like sending remittances to your bank account.
Right.
But instead of going to the bank account,
it
goes to the wallet. All right, so there's
that happens now. You can send a remittance
to the man. Yes. I'm quite aware of that.
You're a recipient.
Yeah, man. Regular, I get things.
Really?
All right. So this question is for you again, Vernon. How exactly does one get Link?
Well,
or we link up?
well, as Natalie just said, for the vast majority of Jamaicans,
Yes.
The spend and what they use money to do is at a low level. So Link, fortunately, allows easy onboarding. So you have your app, you download the app.
Yes.
You can onboard digitally in less than 5 minutes. You will need an ID,
Right.
of course, and through that process, you get a link account, not a bank account.
Okay.
You have a link account, which allows you to transact. You can transfer, and eventually you'll be able to make payments at your merchants and so on. So that's the process to get into Link. It's easy. As I said, it's designed to be easy. You don't have to go into no bank. You don't have to go anywhere. You can do the full process on your phone. Takes about 5 minutes.
All right. So with NCB being the only commercial bank so far participating in the pilot, who can you send transfers to from Link? If I download Link, who can I interact with?
So if you download Link now and you get the central bank currency, you cash in and you have some CBDC.
Yeah.
In the pilot, let me start with the pilot. The pilot is a limited group. It's not a pilot that is open to the public. It is to a limited group. And so we're going to test within that group. But when we do go to market in the first quarter, you will be able to send money to anybody within Link. And eventually when other wallets do pop up, I assume, according to Natalie, that those other institutions have wallets that are coming.
Yes.
We'll be able to facilitate CBDC transfers within wallets.
Okay. So you mentioned a small pilot with a limited number of persons. Is it that you can apply to be in the pilot, or NCB selects who is in the pilot?
We're going to select. So it's a closed pilot. It's not it's really a pilot to test, as Natalie is saying, the functionality. It's not open to the general public. We want to make sure that the product is right and the interaction and the experience is good before we go to market. That's the purpose of the pilot.
You're right.
And so we're working with Natalie and her team, very well I should say, to ensure that we do that testing before we come to market. But when we do come to market, with the CBDC, it's going to be magic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man, because we're working with the merchants. We want all merchants to get on board with the CBDC.
Yes.
So that people will be able to use it wherever they go. That's the idea. And once we do that, we believe that we will be able to get attraction within the market for the use of the CBDC. So, I mean, you're supposed to be able to use it if you want to take a taxi. You're supposed to be able to use it if you want to take a bus. If you want to
taxi
be on the toll.
Cash,
yeah, well,
taxi man
we're
want
working
cash.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
And we're working on the reason for them to need the cash.
Right.
As I said, cash is inconvenient.
Yes.
So the idea is that wherever you want to use it, if you're on the toll and you want to use it, tap and go.
Right.
Seamless, easy, no cash. That's what we're working on. It's our partnership. It's a partnership between us and the BOJ. It's a partnership between us and the merchants. But we're committed to get it done because the CBDC has enough value from a convenience standpoint.
Yes.
That it just makes sense to get everybody on board and get it mainstream.
And this leads me to my question to Natalie.
Yes.
So there's NCB alone in the pilot, but is it, just for clarity, is it that when CBDC is officially rolled out, all commercial banks will be offering CBDC? It's just that they're not in the pilot. Just want to get that clear.
It depends on when they come in.
Okay.
Yes, it's up to them.
Yes.
And what we are working with each wallet provider to
Right.
see what is it that is preventing them from coming, to see if we can address their issues.
Okay.
And we're working with them because we would like to see more. I mean, I love NCB and Vernon to death, but we want competition. We want to see more entities enter the space. And I should add, for the pilot, Vernon mentioned that it be selected persons, but he's selecting a handful of merchants, small merchants,
Right.
and a handful of consumers.
Right.
So transactions will take place there.
But this is just between NCB customers and
Right,
merchants.
right,
Mhm.
right. And what we want to test further down in the year is for BOJ wallet,
Yeah.
right, which is issued to BOJ staff,
Yes.
to speak to NCB's wallet.
Okay.
So that will also be tested, that interoperability there between Bank of Jamaica wallet and NCB's wallet.
So when other wallets come around.
When
once
other
we've done
wallets
that.
come around, it will be seamless in terms of speaking to each other.
Okay, please, financial institutions and approved wallet providers, please, hurry up, do.
Hurry up.
Please,
Not too
make
fast,
it,
though.
make
Thank
it,
you. Hurry up, hurry
make
up.
it easy, please.
As
you know,
Jamaicans say, Mickey.
make it, please
come.
make it easy for the consumers, because
Precisely.
those with NCB sending to those with Scotia, we want it to happen fast, and so you know what I mean. We're not bother with the,
Or you could
RTGS.
just come over to.
No, you see
I
walk
mean,
one
I
right us or
suggest-
no? You
I
see walk one
suggest
right
you
us or
guys
no?
just come over to Link.
Yeah, I mean,
Vernon, this
Yeah.
is not a platform.
no gosh, to advertise. You know, remember Natalie said that if you need to get a payment on Saturday, you know, you don't have to wait till it clear Tuesday. You know what I mean? Other banks, please hurry up. No, just
And-
make the thing work.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
The world has moved away from that. The movement of value is instant,
Yes.
right? So there's no reason to have to wait 3 days to get your. So we're working on that. And I think the CBDC allows that. Because even now, transfers between one bank, it's not instantaneous.
No.
Between BNS and NCB,
It's
it's not
not.
instantaneous.
It's not
But
at all.
Within the bank.
within the bank is
Yes,
instantaneous, but
yes,
cross bank.
yeah.
But
Yes.
with the wallets, if
It will be.
there is it will be.
Yes.
So BNS, NCB,
Yeah.
First Global, and so on.
Yes.
It can transfer
Yes.
between us with the CBDC.
Please-
so there's a
please.
real value for that.
Please make it happen. Make it happen quick. I have another question for you, Vernon.
Yeah,
but
man.
this one is also from one of our viewers, Natalie. What is preventing BOJ from issuing every Jamaican a wallet when NIDS launches? I don't know if that
All
question
right.
is for you.
So
Like
remember,
that
I spoke about Jamaica is
Yes.
just a little dot on the map, and everyone is aware that Jamaica was on grey list and all that for AML-CFT.
Right.
Bank of Jamaica,
And that's anti-money laundering.
right?
Right. Mhm.
Bank of Jamaica, if it were to issue a wallet to everybody, we don't have the resources to get the information on the full population. That is not our mandate. And
Yes,
guess what?
yes.
We don't want to know people's business. Right?
Tell them.
So when you go to Vernon for the wallet, Vernon has your personal information,
Yes.
right? Your name and address and so. Vernon has your digital footprint for your transactions. Bank of Jamaica does not have that.
Right.
Bank of Jamaica will not get that.
Have
The government
aggregate.
will not get that.
Right.
All we will get from NCB is aggregated data on how CBDC is moving in terms of the velocity for us to do economic analysis, right? We are not interested in people's information nor their transactions. If BOJ were to issue a CBDC by itself, by bypassing the banks too, you have what I mentioned in my presentation, financial disintermediation.
Right.
And that's going to cause a problem in terms of the effectiveness of monetary policy,
Okay.
which is why we exist.
Yes. Okay.
But on that note, we though, as a wallet provider, we're inviting Jamaicans to open accounts with us. You
Tell
know,
them, Vernon.
yes, we are inviting Jamaicans.
Yes.
We have a product that is easy to onboard and easy to use. And as Natalie is saying, for the general average Jamaican, the requirement is just your ID.
Okay.
You know, so if you can stay at home and open your account, yeah, we want to, because that's the whole purpose of financial inclusion.
Yes.
Folks who don't have bank accounts now, no problem.
Not a
You can
problem.
open a link wallet account.
All right. So I remember I had a question.
Yeah.
2 parts. One, give me some examples of the kind of merchants that will be in the closed pilot. I just want that for relatability.
So we went wide. So we have everybody. We have barbers, hairdressers, coconut vendors, food shops.
To makeup people.
Yes, we
You
have
have makeup
people.
artists,
We have makeup artists.
Right.
Yes, my makeup artist there. She
Are
gonna
you a makeup
get
artist?
a-
Are you a makeup artist, right?
She's gonna get
Right.
a account.
Maybe
Yes.
not shiny anymore. But she did. We're putting her on it.
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
a
yeah.
wide cross section of people of merchants that we're putting on. Cause we want
Right.
to test it.
Right. You have
Where
taxi
you
man,
use. Yeah, man.
jellyman.
Jellyman after that.
Yeah, you have people sell a curry.
You mean if we have food people?
Okay.
You mean if we have
Curry market. Coronation market.
Oh,
Them-
Coronation
yeah,
Market.
yeah.
Vernon,
We have
No,
vendors.
sir,
I'm
no,
not
sir.
sure if we have any from
Is
Coronation
Vernon Jamaican?
Market.
Yeah, where have you been?
Right?
Curry.
That's what curry is?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking food.
Right.
But I'm sure we have some restaurants that
Right.
sell curry. But I don't know if we have any vendor from Coronation Market.
Right.
But it's an idea, and
Yes.
we will
Yes.
seek out one of those vendors from
Right.
Coronation Market.
Crossroads.
Right.
All the markets.
And anybody will,
Peen.
yeah man,
Go
anybody
right
will
up.
sell over
Start from downtown
Hellshire.
and work your way right up.
Yeah man,
I
the
like-
people
I
them will
like
sell a
it.
Hellshire.
Yeah.
Fried
I,
fish.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
can give
uptown
him
up the
a,
market,
I
though.
can give him a butcher's name at Crossroads Market.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
yes,
you
yes.
can, those
yes.
kind of persons
Yeah,
are in
man.
the pilot.
We want to ensure that we cover where people do their business.
Yes.
Yes.
Everywhere they go. So
Right.
yeah, we have a wide cross section.
So those are some of the examples. Do you have any major stores, any major businesses that are part
Not
of
for
the
the pilot.
Not for the pilot.
Not for the pilot. It's just for
We're
the smaller
specifically
businesses.
trying to want to focus on the smaller business.
Okay.
You believe it or not?
Yes.
A lot of business is done by the average Jamaican with the small
Small.
business.
Right. No, yeah,
Right.
man. We are quite aware of that.
But Anna,
Yes.
just to put a plug for
Right.
the government, they are very much interested. The toll operators, the
Yes.
two operators for the one for the North-South Highway,
Yes.
and the other one for the East-West and Portmore.
Right.
They are interested.
They're interested.
So as soon as Vernon is ready for them next year,
Yes.
they are
They're
interested.
they're
Yeah,
on
man.
board.
Tax, TAJ,
Yes.
taxman is interested.
Wow.
All right.
They would
and
be.
we are also working with the Ministry of Labor for
For
path
self-
payments and welfare payments.
Okay, to be
We're
paid.
partners,
to
you know.
CBDC.
We're working together.
Yes.
Okay.
When you're not cussing me.
The last question I wanted to ask you, one of our earlier presentations was from Leighton Campbell of Mobile Edge. And one of the products he offers is you can get a link to your bank account so that if you interface with customers on social media, you put that link in your bio or you can send the link in your WhatsApp. What that link does sends you a payment facility. You do the payment, it goes to your Jamaican bank account. My question is, if he were, can he incorporate Link with his mobile service solution? So in other words, can we get paid similarly to how we get remittances? Can we get paid locally through social media to Link?
Can you get paid through social media to
Right.
Link?
Yes.
So, all right, let me make sure I understand the question. You're asking if you can send money between you and somebody else on social media using Link?
Well, basically, because what his platform does, he gives you a link, not the link, but he gives you a link that you use to. It's like a payment face API that when you transact the payment, it goes to your bank account. I just want to know if you can transact the payment and it goes to the wallet.
No, but
directly.
I think he has the account. He's a payment provider.
Right.
He's licensed to be a payment provider.
Yes.
That entity is just creating like an e-commerce space.
Right.
That person is not a payment provider.
Right.
That space is going to take you from what he has created to a link.
To a link.
You understand?
So
Yeah.
it's the same
Which is the
principle.
actual payment.
It's the
Yeah.
same principle.
Yeah.
We just want the viewers to
So I
understand.
want to distinguish between an e-commerce provider where
Right.
that platform that facilitates a payment to take place through an authorized payment
Right.
provider.
Okay.
Because remember now, payment providers have to be authorized by Bank of Jamaica.
Right. So it's just to give viewers an
Yeah.
understanding of how much convenience the wallet can provide and the kind of spaces in which it can be used and the various applications.
Easy.
So right.
So, like, for example, say you and I, we are not Link customers now, right?
Yes.
We can download the app, and once we download the app and we go through the onboarding process, I can send money to you easily. I can either search for you. If you're beside each other, you have your phone, we can do QR codes
Yes.
and so on. So transferring money and doing transactions is very easy with the app. In terms of e-commerce, yeah, we will hook up or facilitate many businesses to be able to transfer money and for you to be able to make your payments. So once the business is, you know, a good business and it's legitimate and so on,
right?
Yes, we will look to bring them on as one of the merchants within Link. But the idea is that moving money is easy and instantaneous. So the ease with which you'll be able to do your transactions with Link is much more than how the normal person is doing transactions now.
Okay.
Right? That's the idea behind it. So to confirm what you're saying, it's easy. You'll see in a couple of weeks how easy it is. But it's as easy as sending a text message.
All right. I give the final word to you, Mrs. Haynes, from Bank of Jamaica. What do you want people to know, or what the further reassurance on the CBDC?
Safe, secure, backed by Bank of Jamaica.
That means it's also convenient. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking with Natalie Haynes, Deputy Governor at Bank of Jamaica, and Vernon James. He's the CEO of the Future of Business, TFOB 2021 Limited, a subsidiary of National Commercial Bank. You have been privileged to have been a part of Wealth Summit 2021, October 2021, discussing digital financial inclusion, put on by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service as part of its financial literacy thrust. We want every Jamaican to understand and know the financial services and products that are available to ensure your financial independence. We want you to use them, understand them. So the ultimate objective is wealth, hence Wealth Summit. So there are other programs like this that can help you to improve your financial literacy. The Ministry of Finance also has Finance Matters, a program, a subset of a program that appears in the JIS feature every Thursday at 5 p.m. on TVJ. And on the same Thursday, Bank of Jamaica also has Centrally Speaking that airs at 8:30 p.m. Centrally Speaking, of course, discussing economic and finance matters. So there is a lot of options. Seek the information. Just ask the question, how? And you will find the answers. May I thank all our viewers for participating. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for sending your responses to Mentimeter. Thank you for sending in those valuable questions that unearthed additional information. We want more questions.
No. How would you describe this Wealth Summit?
Okay, that's the final one.
Final question.
Okay, okay.
And that's it.
All right. All right. So there is a question that you responded to in Mentimeter actually. It is, how would you describe this Wealth Summit? And the biggest response there is, it has been informative.
Mission accomplished.
Definitely. Definitely. I hope that you have been enriched by the information through the various presentations. We started with Transitioning to Digital by Dennis Chung. Thank you very much. Getting Paid Online by Leighton Campbell of Mobile Edge. Financing Digitization of SMEs, that's Edison Galbraith of the DBJ. Protecting Your Online Transactions, that was Christopher Record of T-Tech. And just concluding a discussion with Natalie Haynes and Vernon James on understanding and using digital currency. This has been Wealth Summit. A special thank you to the staff of the Corporate Communications Division of the Ministry of Finance and to the entire Ministry of Finance team. Thank you so much for your service to Jamaica, to the partners, the various state agencies that have all put out information to encourage financial inclusion and financial literacy. Thank you so much. We look forward to another edition of Wealth Summit. Not 2021, 2022, hopefully. we'll be seeing the pilot results of the CBDC. From all of us here, we're streaming live from the Jamaica Pegasus via JIS and the Ministry of Finance's YouTube and Facebook pages. Thank you so much to the JIS team for the stream. Thank you to the crew. Thank you everyone for joining us. This has been Wealth Summit. See you next time. Remember, the goal is to be wealthy.
Next week on Finance Matters.
Jamaica's human capital is the backbone of our economy, and the government of Jamaica is invested in ensuring that they are empowered in education. The Scholarship and Assistance Unit at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service administers several scholarship opportunities to help public servants advance their educational goals. Hello, I'm Daniel Pasley, and welcome to Finance Matters.
Join us every Thursday at 5 p.m. for Finance Matters.